Commissioners. Well, good morning, everyone. I am Commissioner John Slutsky. This is the meeting of the Air Quality Control Commission. It is Friday, October 17th, 2025 at 8:35 in the morning. We are convening this meeting in person at CDPHE in the Sabin Clare Room and via Zoom. Please be advised that this meeting will be recorded and streamed live via YouTube. The recording will also be made available for public viewing after the event. We have a full complement of commissioners this morning, and that would be 8 of us, including Curtis Reeder online, Dan Blankenship, Martha Rudolph, Greg Thomas, myself, Gary Arnold, Bill Gonzalez, and Jana Milford. We are also supported today by commission staff, including Jeremy Murray, our administrator, Jenny Ray, our program coordinator, Tom Rowan, our special advisor. We're also supported by Sue Kim, the commission's conflict counsel, and Sarah Baumgartner, who is assisting with the Edge Environmental adjudicatory hearing. I would like to mention also, just so you all know, that this is Commissioner Gonzalez's last meeting as he is moving to Houston and has taken a new job there. He has been an air quality control commissioner since 2022. So with that, I'm going to pass the gavel over to said commissioner to take charge of this part of the meeting.
All right, thank you, John. We are continuing with the consolidated cases of Edge Environmental LLC versus the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment, Air Pollution Control Division, case numbers 21036A, record number 174341, and case 22038A-01, record number 193117. Recording's on. We've gone through all the testimony and presentation of evidence. At this point, we are at the time of deliberations. Before we commence deliberations, I have a couple questions for our council that I think the rest of the commission would benefit from, and I'm going to suggest that we enter into executive session to get those addressed before we commence with our deliberation discussions. So with that, I will entertain a motion to enter into executive session to seek legal advice on these matters from our conflict counsel, Sue Kim.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. That's moved by Commissioner Arnold, second by Commissioner Rudolph. Everyone in favor. And we will go ahead and form a breakout room so Commissioner Reeder can join us, and we will commence executive session in a moment.
If I could just clarify for the record that the motion for executive session was to confer with counsel under the Colorado Revised Statutes, section 24-6-402, sub 3, sub A, sub 2, for the purpose of addressing legal questions and options, receiving legal advice on specific legal questions and issues related to the consolidated hearing for Edge.
That's correct.
Are we out?
You're out.
public comment.
Well,
Recording has started. Time is 9:31 and we have concluded executive session and we invite the public to return. And return to the open part of our meeting. We need to say anything to close the executive session. Okay. Then we will begin deliberations. As we discussed at the end of the hearing yesterday, we will start with one site. I'm going to suggest we start with Pine Creek, and then we will go through each claim on Pine Creek, take kind of deliberations on there, hopefully reach an up-down vote on each claim, and then we will visit violations for each claim in Pine Creek. Once we've concluded all of that, we will make a motion as to Pine Creek. We will move on to Eagle's Nest and repeat that same procedure. Again, this will be fluid. We're going to try and do our best to be respectful of deliberations in terms of our back and forth. I know we're going to be taking information from each other and sharing our own thoughts. So we'll try and keep all that orderly. Let's see. So for Pine Creek, we're going to start with the first claim with regard to negative air pressure. This is a claim that the EDGE failed to program and maintain negative air pressure in violation of regulation number 8, part B, section 3J3. Who would like to share their thoughts? Commissioner Rudolph.
Thank you. So as with all the claims, I think we were presented with a fair amount of testimony and evidence. On this one, the issue is, as you pointed out, whether EDGE failed to program and maintain the negative air pressure in the building. What we heard, there was testimony that Inspector McGowan arrived at the site sometime in the late morning. There were 4 workers there outside. He testified that he pretty immediately noticed that there was a loss of containment up in one of the 3rd floor areas. Pointed it out to Mr. Mata. At the time, there was no work going on inside the building. There's active abatement, but not gross abatement. We heard testimony that the containment, it's not unusual for containment in asbestos abatement situations to be lost for a variety of reasons, including weather, which is what we heard here was the reason. And that alone does not always mean that the division will find a violation. It is a question of whether or not there's gross abatement that is occurring during the loss of air pressure as the result of the loss of containment, and whether or not the asbestos, in this case, EDGE, would fix the containment and maintain it again. In this case, however, when they went and they were looking at the manometer, they discovered that it wasn't working. Unknown when it stopped working. Largely, therefore, unknown, did not know when containment was lost. There was no paper in the manometer. There were no kept records at that point of the air pressure from this manometer, even though it was replaced with one that was working. EDGE was able to get air pressure back up again. In my view, however, technically it was a violation because negative air pressure was lost. In what I think is important here personally for this particular claim is that there were no real active records kept, not required by the regulation, I understand. But in this particular situation, there was an acknowledgement that the manometer had been stolen prior to this inspection and subsequent to this inspection, which means in the manometers, apparently, even though they may have a backup battery, they don't always work. And once the power goes off, which is also something that has happened apparently fairly frequently, the manometer resets and doesn't maintain any records that it may have had that you could then download. There is a USB port, but there was testimony that it had never been used and it was not clear if anyone knew how to use it. So, and I think that in that situation, with the knowledge of the weather, the difficulty of maintaining containment, the frequency of break-ins and theft, and the failure to have paper in the manometer, from my perspective, I see that this claim is valid, and I would find a violation here.
Commissioner Milford had her hand up next. Then
Okay.
Commissioner Blankenship.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I agree with Commissioner Rudolph, and I looked at the language of Reg 8, Part B, Section 3J3, which I won't read the whole thing, but it discusses extensively the importance of maintaining a
Commissioner, is your
manometer, pressure
microphone on?
gauge.
Can you speak a little louder?
It is on.
Maybe pull it a little bit closer.
Yeah.
Can pull it closer. It includes the clear requirement that a manometer or pressure gauge shall be set up at all times, the differential of the work area to clean air.
They can't hear you in the back. They can't hear.
We just
It's just
can't
going
hear
in
you
and
back
out.
here. It's really crackly and I'm worried about the record.
Can't really talk any louder. Maybe the microphone.
It's the-
Come on up here. Why are you-
You guys can move up.
Yeah,
Sit in the front row.
see if this one's.
Is that better?
Yes.
Sounds the same.
No, it's much better.
Oh, better? Okay, all right. So the language of Reg 8, Part B, Section 3J3 emphasizes the importance of maintaining the manometer and having recording using a strip chart recorder or its equivalent. It says that at all times, the differential of the work area to the clean area shall be recorded using a strip chart recorder or its equivalent. And I think the issues with the manometer and the absence of the ability to retrieve data or have a printout is really significant in terms of upholding this claim.
Commissioner Blankenship.
I too agree that I believe that there is a preponderance of evidence that indicates that that there's more than 50% likely that this violation has occurred. The mitigating factor for me is based on the evidence that was presented. I do not believe that the manometer was properly operated or maintained. Knowing that there's power outages, I believe that the contractor knew that they had an obligation to keep this manometer functioning throughout. They should have maintained the battery. They should have maintained the tape in the manometer. I just feel like that they truly neglected the manometer, and that was the mitigating factor for me in this. Even though they were stolen, they could have been downloaded. I also understand that at that point in time, those types of manometers also had a cell connection. So I believe that there was neglect in maintaining that manometer, and that was the mitigating factor, at least for me, in determining that this violation occurred. Thank you.
Commissioner Reader.
Yes, thank you. Really what I was going to say has largely been said. I think maybe most my thoughts probably align most closely with Commissioner Milford's in terms of the absence of data, but I also agree with the comments from Commissioner Rudolph and Commissioner Blankenship. So at this point, I won't elaborate any further, but I agree that I support the division's finding of a violation.
Thank you, Commissioner Reader. I will, I also agree that there's a lot in 3J3 in terms of requirements for this manometer. A couple we didn't even cover yet are the alarm functioning, being audible during active abatement. We heard there was no alarm going off, even though the reading was well below what it was set for. Additionally, that program with current time, date, and location, we know that wasn't happening as well. So really agree with our commissioners so far in terms of the actual manometer use, operation, preparation, anticipation of other factors that could affect it, lead me to find a violation of this claim as well. Commissioner Slutsky.
Well, I won't repeat everything that I agree with, but I agree with everything that's been said. And just while this isn't a part of the regulation per se, I will go off base. So this is our deliberation, right? Okay. I think that really for this violation and likely for all of the others, for me at least, this reeks of management or lack of management. And for this particular violation, you could say that, yeah, they did not maintain the manometer. And that's really enough to find a violation, I think. But there was testimony from Mr. Moda that said that generally it was off. You turn it on in the morning and make sure everything was good, and then they turn it off because it just kept spitting out paper. Of course, there's no paper. So I think this doesn't fall on Mr. Moda. It doesn't fall on any of the workers. This falls on training and what the owner and management were willing to accept. It's just not acceptable. I've run a business. I understand where the buck stops, and I'm not sure this owner does. But I think this was a clear violation, and I said my piece.
Any other additional commentary from Commissioner Thomas?
Yeah, I mean, this is it is a violation, and I'm in agreement with others. The one thing I would say is that when you look at Joint Exhibit 45, there was a thunderstorm in the area on Sunday, June 13th. There was not on Monday, June 14th. But the high temperature was 99 on Monday, June 14th, and 101 on Tuesday, June 15th. So I suspect that they didn't do work either of those days, but that's not confirmed by the record. But it's technically a violation. It is possible that they didn't discover it until Tuesday morning because they might not have reported to the site on Monday either. So, and the fact that it was up and working in the afternoon indicates a willingness to be in compliance on that same day that the inspector found the violation.
Commissioner Arnold.
I will save us some time and say I agree with everything our fellow commissioners have already stated. I think it does clearly show a violation. And I agree with Commissioner Slutsky completely that this certainly appears that it is a management issue. Obviously, weather played some kind of factor and always does in maintaining containment. But you have to maintain the manometer so you can timely reestablish. And in this case, the inspector showed up, very clearly identified issues almost immediately. Workers were on site. We have testimony on the record that say that they were definitely there for some period of time before the inspector. In typical fashion is to go through, make sure everything's working properly. The photograph shows the manometer appearing to take readings and showing that this was clearly well below the required minimum. There was no alarm functioning. We have testimony on the record that indicates that the reason that alarm was not working is because it never established the 0.02 that's required and was below that. And so the fact that it didn't have any paper, the fact that nobody had the ability to retrieve the data from the flash drive or some of the backup storage, I think shows that this was mishandled.
If my math is correct, I think we are all agreeing that we are finding a violation of this claim number one, negative air pressure, failure to maintain negative air pressure at Pine Creek. So we will move on to claim number two. The allegation that Edge failed to use an adequately sized clean room at Pine Creek Apartments in violation of reg number 8, part B, section 3K1A. I'll let someone kick it off. Commissioner Blankenship.
I believe that given the newness of the interpretation of the regulation, it wasn't a change in regulation, but it was an interpretation of a change in interpretation of the regulation. I heard testimony that, you know, if this would have occurred by itself, it wouldn't have risen to the level of a violation, but a warning. I think that that's the appropriate direction to take with this item. I think it should have remained as a warning.
Commissioner Rudolph.
I would agree, but I want to expand a little bit on the reasoning. At the day of the inspection, the workers were outside. There wasn't any work going on inside. Therefore, the clean room, the observation that from the inspector that the clean room was not adequately sized was based really just upon seeing that clean room as a 3x3, not that there was anyone attempting to use it or had been using it. There weren't any clothes outside the clean room. There wasn't any indication that the clean room had been used by 1, 2, 3, 4, any number of employees. So from my perspective, it may perhaps a 3x3 would be the wrong size, but there wasn't enough evidence in the record, factual evidence in the record on that day to support that the clean room was inadequately sized.
Commissioner Milford.
So I have to disagree on this one. I think there was a violation here. I think the evidence in the record that shows the clean room and the testimony that we had from Inspector McGowan as well as from Mr. Burns indicates that it wasn't adequately sized for a crew of 4. I think that there was testimony and is evidence in the record about the division's efforts to make sure that the regulated community understood the new requirements and the requirement specifically, which is in the regulation that says the room must be sized to accommodate the clothes and equipment of the work crew. It's impossible for me to conceive that a 3x3 was adequate to do that for a work crew of 4. And I think it's important, there is the timing of the regulation and the modification was that it was adopted in January. It became effective in March and the inspection wasn't until June. Because the asbestos contracting work is so heavily regulated, I think there really is an obligation on people who participate in that profession to be up on the regulations and to comply with them. So I support the finding of a violation.
Commissioner Slusky.
Well, I too think that this is a violation and what struck me is I wish that someone had said, I went in there and tried to change my clothes because I'm kind of clumsy. I don't see myself being able to do that. It's PVC pipe and a curtain. And I'm sorry, but I got to grab something when I take off my shoes. And shoes were not even in there. There was testimony that the workers were keeping their shoes outside of the clean room. So that means their clothes were not inside, their shoes were not inside. It's just, for me, it's And the whole idea that they're having to go from a shower to the clean room without clothes. Well, I don't suppose that's in the regulation. But it just shows a disrespect for employees. It shows, again, that management isn't coming on the site. They don't know what's going on. It's just undignified. It's unsafe. Walking barefoot, and it just bothers me so much. Yes, it's not sized appropriately, and that's a violation. And they had much warning. I don't think management takes the time to follow the regulation and allows their on-site supervisors to take care of everything. And that's not right, and it shouldn't be allowed.
Commissioner Thomas?
I think I'm in agreement with Commissioner Blankenship on this one. Yes, the clean room was no bigger than for one person, but from what I see in the photos, it was sealed, it was secured, and it had been a practice that had been in use for quite some time, hence changing the regulation, which of course I also agree with, right? Better to right size that. But we have to also remember that January and spring of 2021, we were still in the throes of COVID. And so, you know, the fact that there are this contractor and probably many other contractors out there who hadn't adapted their practices yet, there could be various reasons for why that is, but I don't see that the integrity of that 3x3 was compromised. And so I think this would fall into enforcement discretion for me.
Commissioner Arnold?
Thank you, Hearing Officer Gonzalez. I tend to agree with Commissioner Thomas and Commissioner Blankenship that this is something that was a very recent change. You know, the photos do show that the clean room is, you know, contained and functioning. That being said, I do tend to agree with Commissioner Slutsky that this shows not great practices when it comes to the workers on site, how they have to function and perform their duties. And I think that's why you probably saw some changes there. But the newness to it, the timing that it all came in is why I would agree with Commissioner Thomas. That being said, moving forward, certainly would expect some changes there.
Commissioner Reader?
Yes, I agree with Commissioner Thomas and Arnold in the sense that I think the clean room was functioning and working just like clean rooms had been doing for 20 years in the industry. I don't think there was any malfunction of the clean room. However, I tend to agree with Commissioner Milford that the rule is the rule. And in spite of the newness of the rule, I guess if I interrupt my own thought, I would have preferred in this case that the division used enforcement discretion and did not bring this forward. However, I feel like my role as an air commissioner is not to make that judgment for them, but to rule on this particular matter. So I think it was a violation of the rule that was in existence at that time. I would exercise discretion as a commissioner in talking about the penalty phase of it. So I tend to find that it's a violation.
Okay. I tend to agree that I'm not prepared necessarily to find, or to not prepared at all to find a violation here. I do think that there could be more adequacy or more appropriateness to the room size. I don't know that I was convinced that it was inadequate or inappropriate in its size, in its construction, in its use. We heard testimony about if it was used by one person, that person could change in there, may not be comfortable, may not be uncrowded with equipment, but I do think it could be done. I think that was a change of historic practice, moving from something that had been used to implementation of rule language that moved to essentially require a room size to accommodate, a room that's adequately sized. Now, because practice was what it was at 3x3 for numerous years, it had been used that way, right? It must have had some adequacy up to that point. And I think that when considering more worker safety, the intent of the rule was to source bigger rooms and bigger areas for that. I don't necessarily think that it is a strict violation of it, just based on the evidence that I heard in testimony in this case. And I am, considerate of the newness of the rule. I don't necessarily think that is always an excuse. I think the further away you get from it, the harder it is to apply that. But I share those concerns, as we implement rules in our rule makings with some of the vast reaches of them, and it doesn't always trickle down to the right folks with immediacy. So I am not prepared to find a violation of the clean room violation. Fine. So I think that on my tally here, we are 5 no violation and 3 yes violation. And I think that we need 5 to essentially find a violation. Okay, so that will fail. The next claim is going to be with regard to Pine Creek, is the product design. This was subject to summary judgment. We will readdress this, and a violation was found. We will revisit this at the penalty stage. So we'll move on to claim number 4, critical barriers. And I will let anyone interested in kick that off. Commissioner Rudolph.
This one too. So this is one where there were photos in exhibit 8. Is it 8?
Exhibit 8.
Is it 8? At any rate.
It's exhibit 8 in the joint exhibits.
Yeah, exhibit 8. And there were a number of photos in the this issue, excuse me, was whether or not once an area that had been abated was cleared, had all the critical barriers been taken down as required by the regulation. During the inspection, it was noted that there, according to the inspector, appeared to be critical barriers left on various components in a room that had been cleared. In particular, the testimony emphasized the poly located, I'm not going to be able to describe this very well, up in the rafters, up in the high areas of the room. There was not much evidence about the poly that covered some of the intrusions from the second floor. There was testimony indicating that all of these, the poly was taped after the room had been cleared for purposes of controlling wind from coming into the room. These are the high poly areas that were taped off. And from odors coming from the floors below, from rotting food, et cetera, because this was a fire. And a lot of material had been left behind rather than cleaned out for whatever reason, we don't know. And so if you look at the photos, from my perspective, the photos of the poly over particularly the intrusions, the vents, from my perspective, looks pretty new and clean. Inspector really, in my view, was speculating as to what's the purpose for the poly, thinking that it was a critical barrier that was left behind. Given that all the barrier elsewhere in that area had been taken down, it doesn't make sense to me that the contractor, the abatement contractor, Edge, would leave some things up and take everything else down. There wasn't, in my view, sufficient evidence presented to indicate that the poly that is there was left behind as opposed to being installed for new reasons so that the remainder of the asbestos abatement and the rest of the third floor could continue. So I don't, from my perspective, I don't find sufficient evidence to find that this was mistakenly or intentionally, however you want to put that, left behind after the room was cleaned. I think it looks to me as if there was an adequate reason given for the installation of this poly after the room was cleaned. So I would find no violation here.
And I agree with you, Commissioner Rudolph. I think what it came down to me is we had speculation on why it was there. We had reasoning presented by Edge on why it was there, but ultimately I didn't think the division met its burden to prove that those critical barriers were left over from a previous asbestos job. So that's kind of where I landed on that. Arnold has hand up first, and then Mr. Blankenship.
Thank you.
So once again, I agree with you, Commissioner Gonzalez and Commissioner Rudolph. Yeah, I think that the inspector did provide testimony. Ultimately, it felt a little more like speculation based upon the fact that the poly had dust and appearance that it might have been up for a while, and that the techniques used to install the barrier mimic that of somebody installing critical barriers. But there was nobody or anything evidence on the record I found that could clearly say that, yes, this was left over. I could also see from the workers on site and evidence presented on Edge's behalf, it could be very easily a supervisor saying, we have issues with these penetrations, can you please seal them up? And somebody that's used to installing critical barrier, seems reasonable that they would install it like they always do. Now, there's no preponderance of evidence that dictates that was left over. And so I don't believe we have a violation.
Commissioner Blankenship.
I do agree that the division, I don't believe that division met the standard for the burden of proof. So I would make a finding of no violation on this item. Thank you.
Commissioner Susky.
Well, I guess I will agree grudgingly with my fellow commissioners. When I started thinking about this, it was like, what happened here? They took down the critical barriers and then they put them back up. So in effect, they didn't take them down, and that's a violation. But I was having trouble convincing myself of this. But with that 50% certainty, maybe for me, it's 49 now. But somebody wasn't thinking. And I'm not saying it was just Edge. I think the division has made some mistakes all along in this. And I'm hoping that they are doing better now and they've learned a little bit from this, because the photos, the way the inspectors haven't gathered enough evidence or properly secured it, the way that photos have been deleted or lost. This isn't really the way to do business. And I think this could have been, this was a violation, but I don't think the evidence is here. And so I guess that's what we deal with. So I will not support this.
Commissioner Milford.
So I guess I land just on the other side of that line. I agree with Commissioner Slutsky. It seems like a close call, but I found Inspector McGowan's testimony to be quite credible. His long experience in doing these inspections was meaningful to me. I read Mr. Moda's deposition and did not find that it rose to the same level of credibility. And so I think it was something of a dispute between two witnesses, and I would land on the side of the division's witness.
Thomas.
I'm in agreement with the hearing officer. I don't have anything more to add.
Commissioner Reeder.
I also do not feel like, echoing what a lot of other people said, that the division quite met its burden of proof on this. So I would tend to find no violation.
In that case, and again, that my count here is 7-1 for no violation there. So no violation on the negative air pressure, no violation on the clean room. I'm sorry, violation on negative air pressure, no violation on the clean room, no violation on the critical barriers. And then with regard to the project description, the product design, excuse me, that's summary judgment violation. So we're going to start working our way through the penalty phase of this. We will do that with the negative air pressure and the project design. So we'll start with negative air pressure. I believe our kind of our baseline. Curtis, can you make sure you're muted, please? Our baseline bounds are $250 to $7,500. And then of course, it's up to us to consider severity and then mitigating or aggregating factors there. So curious if anyone has any thoughts on where we should start with the negative air pressure violation. Commissioner Blankenship.
I just want to make a statement that's my understanding that those boundaries that you just mentioned are internal process to the division. And that's my understanding that the statute gives us authority to assess penalties up to $25,000 per day. So.
My understanding.
Okay.
Commissioner Milford.
I can start. I found this to be a significant violation with significant gravity. This was an active remediation site with friable asbestos that is really a serious health concern if people, including workers on site, are exposed. And so I would come down somewhere kind of towards the upper end of the range, but I would suggest a penalty in the range of $4,000 to $4,500 for this violation, and really primarily focused on the severity or gravity of the violation.
Any commissioners have thoughts on?
I think that this, for me, this typifies this whole proceeding, and the fact that it was accepted and maybe promoted that the negative air machine be basically disregarded, that there was no desire or concern about collecting data. If there had been batteries in this, we wouldn't be talking about this, because when the power went off, the machine still would have had power. It wouldn't have reset. It wouldn't have lost all its internal memory. The date and location and the time, all of that would have been preserved. There was no care for this. And it really, there was no reason to have the negative air machine there except for decoration. I would give them the full Monte. I think that's $7,500, and I would even go higher than that if there was agreement in that. I think this speaks to a lack of desire to follow the rules.
Commissioner Thomas.
So the manometer was working when now it showed up. It was below the required threshold, so that's why we technically found the violation. The other two, I think the combined recommended or the combined penalty for the division was $68.60. And so, but the other two seemed like they were, the manometer one is important, making sure you have the printer paper, making sure you're able to, your staff know how to reproduce the electronic record if you run out of paper. That's serious enough that, you know, I'm in the camp of probably 5,000 would be a good total penalty for me on this case.
Commissioner Arnold.
Thank you. I would agree with Commissioner Thomas. You know, to Commissioner Slutsky's comments, I think you're right. We have testimony from workers on site saying that the power outages were an ongoing challenge, yet no effort made really to address them. And a backup battery certainly seems like it would have been a fairly simple solution there. So the fact that there wasn't really any major efforts on the record, or in fact, the record showing no major efforts made to correct some of the challenges on site, I think it's a serious violation. What is this? Division Exhibit 33, you know, was that 6,850 was the initial recommendation. Obviously, that was all for citations, so the $5,000 seems reasonable to me.
Commissioner Rudolph.
So I also agree that this is pretty serious. And for me, the seriousness, and I think folks have talked to it, this wasn't really, in my view, a one-off. I mean, there's a lot of compounding factors here. The thefts, the lack of, or the electricity that kept going off. I mean, it clearly indicates that there was a problem, and that I think Witkoff even indicated that in hindsight, something like in hindsight, having a paper readout would have actually been good. I think it would have been really good. So I would agree that the 4,500, 5,000 penalty, in my view, sounds appropriate.
Okay, I too agree. I think 4,500 is the number that kind of sticks at me. I think that's a fair assessment. I think that there are obviously there's a severity. I do think that there were mitigating factors in terms of just the challenges of the environment of keeping that manometer running with the theft, the power. I do think it could have had better oversight in terms of its operation, and again in terms of the anticipation of what those factors would have been, just because they had experienced them throughout. But I think the number that I'm laying on is 4,500. Commissioner Blankenship.
I'd like to first ask for some clarification. We're ultimately dealing with 2 violations at this site. And so the numbers that each of the commissioners have been talking about, is that just for the first violation, the pressure violation, or does it both that and with the item that we made summary judgment on previously?
It's my understanding, it was my intention that this is just the negative air pressure violation. I see other commissioners nodding their heads.
Okay, thank you. I really have an issue with how they did not maintain the manometer. I guess, my inclination is really actually kind of a lower dollar amount. But I don't have a strong enough opinion on that to take a different position than the rest of my commissioners. And so I would support I think probably $5,000.
Commissioner Reeder.
Yes, thank you. On this, I actually want to defer a little bit to the division's judgment. And unfortunately, they didn't give us a breakdown for what they found for each case. But in trying to do a little bit of reverse engineering, the total was 6,850. 1,500 of that we know was for the decontamination clean room, which we found against, which would drop it to 5,350. The other part is the section 3Q, which is the disposal, which we found against, and that was between 500 and 2,000. If you took a midpoint there of 1,250, that would back the overall total down to, if I did my math correctly, $4,100. the project design is 100 to 500. So if you call that 300, then that would say this is about $3,800. Now, I don't know if I've read that correctly. I echo everyone's concerns about the seriousness of this and that and the lack of effort from Edge in terms of record keeping and everything else. But I also don't have a strong sense personally in terms of these remediation projects of, you know, how important is this for all these different factors. So that's why I defer a little bit to the division. So therefore, I'm probably more in that $4,000 range, I guess, is my way of getting there. 4,000 to 4,500. So that's where I am right now.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Reader. I'm not quite sure how to proceed at this point. We have a whole host of different numbers here. I want to remind the commissioners, you know, that there's other factors to consider. We want to make sure that they have been considered in your determination of the numbers that you've represented. Those include, you know, the seriousness of danger to public health caused by the violation, the willfulness of the violation, the duration of the violation, and the record of the violating party, right? In this case, Edge's record of violations, which I understand to be none. But I want to, now that we've kind of heard everyone's thoughts on these penalties, I'd like to run it back through all commissioners and see if they've been, I guess, convinced, or if they've been influenced by anything else they've heard from their fellow commissioners. So I'm going to start with Commissioner Milford to my left.
I was just gonna say, if you want to read off the numbers, I can calculate the average and we could go.
Well, that's an interesting approach. Okay, so Commissioner Milford was 4,000 to 4,500, so we'll call that 4,250.
Okay,
Commissioner Slutsky was 7,500.
okay,
Commissioner Thomas was $5,000. Commissioner Arnold was $5,000.
Okay.
Commissioner Rudolph was $4,500. Commissioner Reader was $4,000 to $4,500. So 4,250.
okay.
I suggested 4,500 and Commissioner Blankenship suggested 5,000.
So put me in at 4,000. I started at 3,800.
3,800 to be
Yeah, I
fair.
started at 3,800 to 4,000.
All right, so what was the last one?
5,000.
5,000, okay, sorry.
Is this kind of a negotiation? Is that what we're doing?
I'm calculating the average
Change my 75.
in my little Excel spreadsheet here.
But do you throw out the outliers?
That's
and
out
say,
to $4,968.75, but we could round that up to 5,000, perhaps.
We have a proposal to round up our average by Commissioner Milford to 5,000. How are we feeling about that? I see a lot of head nods and thumbs up. Commissioner Reader?
Sure.
Okay. And I think that's our up-down vote there. Okay. Moving on to the penalties for product design. The assessment window, per what we understand of the division's table, is $100 to $500. I will turn that over. Of course, the other statutory factors for consideration apply that we explained that I explained just a moment ago. So does anybody have a starting point here? Commissioner Blankenship.
I don't believe that anything less than $1,000 is appropriate for any violation. And that's what I would recommend, $1,000.
Why is that?
I just believe that the dollar amount needs to be significant enough to recognize that there is a violation. And in today's world, I don't, $1,000 isn't what $1,000 used to be.
Commissioner Milford.
So I think this is also a serious violation, and while I might personally disagree with the range that the division has for this, I think we should go within that range for the rationale of having consistency with other penalties that have been assessed. So I would recommend the upper $500 size of the range.
Commissioner Arnold.
I would agree with Commissioner Milford 100% for all the reasons you just said.
Commissioner Thomas, Commissioner Rudolph,
I'll go with Commissioner Blankenship's assessment of this situation. I think 1,000 is pretty minimal for what I consider like a pretty bad violation, allowing work to proceed on a public health issue without guidance. I don't know. Yeah, $1,000.
Commissioner Reader.
I guess in dusting off my memory banks from what we did on this summary judgment, the issue was that they did not have a project plan for the third floor, but they had a project plan for the first floor, and they had not updated it or copy and pasted it over for the third floor. They did that after the fact, and in fact, it was, as I recall, more or less a cut and paste. It was a fairly straightforward thing. So from that perspective, on the one hand, I can say, yes, it is. I can echo Commissioner Slutsky that is sloppy management to have not done that project plan. On the other hand, the project plan is fairly simple, and I think that's why the division has a range of only $100 to $500 on it. So I actually think the ultimate impact to public health and everything else from this was fairly minimal. And I don't know where the division landed, but I tend to split the difference of the division's range and say $300.
I'm making this easy on us, Bruce. I tend to want to stick within the division's range, and I would agree with a $500. Again, $500 in the scope of this work, in the scope of the one-day violation, in the scope of violation that's easily cleaned up, is a pretty nominal penalty in my mind.
I'm sorry. What did Commissioner Rudolph say? I may have frozen when she's.
Commissioner Rudolph said $500.
Yeah.
I think we have over 5 votes for $500, so I think that's.
We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 votes for $500. So I think because we have some consistency there, again, we're still in deliberations. We haven't taken the motion yet. I want to make sure that we're, applying this in a way that is defensible. Make sure I want to confer with my commission counsel. Are we required to apply the exact same formula for coming up with our deliberative amounts? We took an average, okay, and now we have kind of a consensus on one number. Are we? Is there any further discussion on that? We've got 5 votes for $500. I'm going to pencil that in for the penalty amount for the project design claim. So I think that I will summarize this. At this point, we have a fine, a violation for failure to maintain negative air pressure, and an assessment of $5,000 for that. And we have a penalty assessment of $500 for the lack of a product design for the third floor. At this point, I think that it's appropriate to enter into a motion or to entertain a motion for a finding at Pine Creek violation, or do we do them combined? Okay, so individual motions for each of us.
Certainly willing to take a stab at a motion. Would entertain it. So I would make the motion that we find Edge Environmental of violating section 3J3 and section 3C3G and issue a total penalty of $5,500.
Do we have a second?
Yeah.
I'll second that.
Do we have any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, that carries 8-0. We will now move on to the Eagles Nest site. We have 3 violations here, 3 alleged violations here. We will start with the first claim regarding whether or not Edge rendered a previously non-friable material friable and then failed to lawfully abate the friable material, violating regulation number 8, part B, section 3S2. Would like to kick us off. Commissioner Rudolph.
All right, I have a lot to say about Eagles Nest. Let me start first by expressing, frankly, my surprise at this inspection. Generally, I mean, to hear that this is one of the worst inspections that Inspector Wolf has run across in all the time that he was an inspector, and to have so little evidence to support his position regarding these violations is somewhat astounding to me. He indicated that he took a number of photos. We only have 9. Only one of them is of the site, that Edge, the actual site. The rest of them, he indicated in depositions, he doesn't remember where those pictures were taken, somewhere on the site. He has provided a video that he uploaded, apparently didn't check before he deleted the original version to determine whether or not the video was, you could see anything. He took samples in his deposition, indicated that the samples are somewhere in his personal possession, but he's not sure where. I find all of that to be extremely troubling. And since the division has the burden here, boy, it's really tough to know all this about what was and what was not done, and then just try to take what he says he saw and what he knows or experienced as what we should rely on. I find that extraordinarily difficult. So, having said that, when I want to talk a little bit actually about this particular violation and the third violation, which is the removal and without care. Yesterday, we heard toward the end of the day testimony that, well, let me back up. The first violation, 3S2, although the division talked about it in terms of Edge failing to comply with what it had written would be in its notice, how it was going to remove the siding. The emphasis by the division was that it rendered non-friable asbestos friable in the way it removed the asbestos. Yesterday, toward the end of the day, we heard testimony that that provision is non-friable to friable, and that the 3S, I don't have the numbers in front of me, 2,4B, I think that's the one, was also about non-friable. This is the using mechanical, basically mechanical means to, that you can't use mechanical means. And then when you look at 4C, it's the remove materials carefully with minimal breakage and disturbance. To me, that, why would you care about that? Unless you're concerned that it was going to render it friable. So, I mean, yes, you don't, I mean, anybody that's gone through general construction knows that there's a lot of messes that come up from construction. So we're just trying to keep a nice, clean construction site. I don't think so. I think we're trying to avoid creating a situation where non-friable because of the breakage and disturbance. So when I look at these two, I see that the first one is really the concern that the allegation that Edge's action rendered the non-friable asbestos friable. And the third violation is that they could render it friable. So that's how I'm seeing the two. Now, whether that's what the intent was, I don't know, but that's how I see it. So on the first one, notes. Inspector Wolf testified that I think I see three different ways Inspector Wolf talked about his testing the asbestos material. In his deposition, he says, the question was, did you test it? What do you mean? Did you crush one? In that bag, I could do it, yes. It didn't say he did it. It said he could do it. And then, so in the bag, you break it apart for safety. Obviously, if I didn't, I may need to wet it and put gloves on because it's going to release fibers. He testified that he actually broke it. I'm so sorry. Let me get on. He talked about, and in the deposition, he was asked about what Michael Rodriguez said. And that Michael Rodriguez said, is going to testify that you grabbed a piece out of the soil, broke it, and said, that's friable. This is a spill. Do you recall that? I couldn't say if I grabbed it out of the soil, I could say that. I don't recall that interaction, no. So there's two. And then yesterday, I asked him, did you test it? Did you test it outside the bag or in the bag? And he said both. And so, okay, so now we've got three ways he supposedly tested this material. And we talked about touching it. Well, touching it doesn't indicate whether it's friable or not. So I was very troubled with his testimony where he wasn't actually clear. He also, in his deposition, and we heard this yesterday, in his deposition, he said that merely breaking it will cause it to become friable. Merely breaking it. There was a significant amount of testimony, including from the EPA document itself, that breaking it alone will not render it friable. We heard that also from Curtis Burns. So my position on this is that I don't believe Vision has the burden of proof. I don't believe there's enough evidence to demonstrate that this material was rendered friable under the first claim violation.
Thank you, Commissioner Rudolph. I tend to agree with you in terms of, how we're making this decision regarding, division's burden of proof. And I think that at some point you could get to a point where enough breakage might render something friable. But when I think about this material and what I've learned, in this case through testimony, through the evidence that we have, is that you could take it's non-friable material and you could break it. That doesn't make it friable. You just have two pieces of potentially broken non-friable material. You could break it further. You could continue to break it. That's a lot different. There was a lot of distinction made in the EPA document and through testimony that breaking versus cutting, pulverizing, breaking up with a hammer, sandblasting, bead blasting, are all ways that you're talking about really reducing it to a much finer substance than just clear breaks would allow. And so I think for me, that's where I kind of felt that I didn't see enough evidence that the breaking itself, just the act of breaking, was severe enough to have rendered it into a friable condition. And so I'm in the camp of not finding a violation, that it was a non-friable material that was then rendered friable by EDGE. Commissioner Slesky.
So if I can read a little bit from the SBAP, and this, I believe, is on the record. I don't remember who put it there. So this is from page 125 in Reg 8. And this is when the commission updated the regulation. And it reads, in updating the definitions for friable and non-friable, it is the commission's intent to clarify that non-friable material will become friable when reduced to a state that it is likely to emit asbestos fibers. And then it goes on to say, another example is when asbestos-containing cement materials commonly used for roofing, siding, or pipe are not removed or handled properly. When these materials are not removed intact, e.g. not removed or handled, e.g. breaking it up with a hammer or cutting with a saw, the matrix will crumble, which will allow the asbestos fibers to be emitted. In other words, become friable. And for me, that means if it's broken, it's friable. And it doesn't have to be, as the example states, with a hammer or cutting with a saw. It's just, those are examples. We were talking about breaking non-friable material and then allowing fibers to be emitted from the two surfaces or more that result from breakage. And so for me, this is what we're looking at here. We don't have to look at pictures. We can totally do this from testimony. I don't think there was any, it was maybe even stipulated that the cement was dropped and either was broken when it was dropped because they didn't snip the heads off of the nails, and then prying it loose, there was breakage, or just the force of it hitting the ground or the tarp, if you will. That was enough to break it again or break it. It's friable. I don't see all the rest of the testimony it's just extra. For me, it's friable.
Commissioner Milford.
So I think I'm in agreement with Commissioner Slutsky that there was a violation here. My reasoning might be a little bit different, but essentially I credited Inspector Wolf's testimony. I think that there was some indication that we would really like to see better handling of samples and other evidence, but I didn't hear any reason to question his credibility. And he did testify that he did in fact was able to crumble some of the samples that he picked up. There was a specific question that was important to me where he testified that there were in fact samples from the poly, from the tarp that he picked up and was able to crumble. I think in response to Commissioner Rudolph's issue about the deposition testimony, the way I read that was that if in fact the sample is inside a plastic bag, I can test it. You don't want to test it with bare hands because you're potentially releasing asbestos fibers. So that's the way I interpreted that. And in contrast, I found some of the testimony, including the depositions from Edge, to be sort of misdirecting our attention, suggesting that the material already had to be reduced to powder to be considered friable, which is not correct. The definition of friable is that you can, with hand pressure, crumble it. And I think that's important in a site like this, which is an active site where people are living. Someone could step on a tile with a similar level of pressure as to hand pressure. And so I was convinced that there was action by Edge that rendered material friable. And then again, on section 3S2, part of what's critical there to me is that if you render the material friable, then you have to follow all of the additional requirements for handling active asbestos containing material as opposed to non-friable material. And those weren't followed. It was also significant to me on this point that Edge attributed a lot of the damage at the site to another party, but didn't notify the division about the damage that appeared when they arrived at the site. So I was convinced with the preponderance of the evidence that material was rendered friable based on Edge's actions.
Commissioner Blankenship.
Oops, I just disconnected myself. Okay. I appreciate Commissioner Slutsky's citation of the from the record here, and that weighs on my determination. But I want to, when it says that when materials are not, blowing it up for me and I lost part of it. Okay, it says when these materials are not removed intact, the matrix will crumble, which will allow asbestos fibers to be emitted. So I think that there's definitely the potential for that to occur. And I do, based on the evidence that was presented, it was obvious that these materials were not being removed intact. But like Commissioner, what's your last name?
Rudolph.
Thank you. Yeah, Commissioner Rudolph says, I really felt like that there was a general lack of good evidence, especially given the inspector's description of the site. So I have a really difficult time making the leap from non-friable to friable. I too agree with Commissioner Milford that when they showed up and they found the site in the condition that they found it in, they should have immediately notified the division. And in fact, I do feel that section 3S2A, which states asbestos cement products in an amount greater than the trigger levels must be removed prior to demolition. Based on my research, this clearly, this site, the amount to be removed was well over the trigger. And I too question why the demolition contractor wasn't cited for that violation, because that's what they were, that they obviously partook in the demolition before the asbestos cement products were removed. So, but primarily based on the general lack of good evidence, I'm going to, my inclination or my determination is that there would not be a violation here, despite the fact that the material was not removed intact. Thank you.
Commissioner Reader.
Yes, thank you. I have really struggled with this one. This one has been a really hard one for me. I feel like, the testimony we heard about the EPA documents where they removed dropping from it. Although I also interpret all that to be that when you drop it, you most likely make it friable, but you don't always make it friable. It's not like it was more likely than not going to be friable. Made me lean a little in the division's direction. However, at the end of the day, the lack of physical evidence, it would have been very easy to have a sample bag of it, to have a video of doing the test. I asked the questions about laboratory testing because I was wondering, how do you prove that something's friable? You have to have some evidence, and to me, that has to be more than the inspector's testimony. Although I certainly don't doubt Mr. Wolf's testimony, but it's hard for me to find a violation without some confirming physical evidence or videos of his doing the testing. So I tend to find no violation on this case, on this count.
Commissioner Arnold.
So I guess I would echo Commissioner Reader's exact thoughts, especially looking at that Division Exhibit 28, which is the EPA guidance, where you do have some clearly listed activities that would render things friable, or Category 2 materials friable. And then you have the sentence in there that really caused me the most consternation is dropping Category 2 material, such as transit panels, from a building as a means of transporting it to the ground will also cause the ACM to be regulated in most conditions. Finishing with most conditions is the part that really I struggled with, and for all the reasons Commissioner Rudolph noted, is certainly don't want to take anything away from the testimony of Inspector Wolf, but the lack of that sample on the record is extremely troubling to me, which will ultimately gets me to a point where I tend to find no violation.
I tend to lean with Commissioner Rudolph on this one. The pictures and the video that the division admitted into the record, I mean, there was one clear edge-related issue with the broken transite on the poly. The other pictures, it's not clear. That site is a mess. I mean, as we can see from all of the photos and the different exhibits, right? So there was a clear mess going on at that site. Yeah, I struggle with seeing those shards of transite and not thinking that it could have been handled better. But in terms of friable to non-friable to friable, based on what I see, I don't know. I think that sample would have been really important. And there is a picture of that sample in the bag with some writing that isn't fully legible. So it's unclear to me if that's from the poly that Edge was working above, or if it was another piece of all of those fragments that we've seen around every building that Edge clearly had not worked around every building yet. So burden of proof, and I don't think it was met.
Commissioner Thomas, I zoomed in on that note, and my understanding was that note said it was from an area that Edge had not worked in yet. So I don't think it changes your conclusion, maybe just confirms your conclusion, but that's what I read on the note when I tried to zoom in on my computer.
Okay, so by my count, it is it's three commissioners, Slutsky and Milford, find a violation, and Commissioner Rudolph, myself, Commissioner Blankenship, Commissioner Reader, Commissioner Arnold, Commissioner Thomas, finding no violation. So we will move on to the next claim, which is whether Edge failed to adequately wet the surface of the asbestos cement siding prior to removing it in violation of regulation number 8, part B, section 3S4A. Commissioner Rudolph.
This one also, I think, would benefit from a video that you could really tell what's going on, or photos of some kind. You know, they say a picture is worth 1,000 words. I think it would have been really critical here, but we don't have it. Yeah, we do have this grainy video, but it doesn't entirely show whether or not there was wetting or not. We have testimony from Rodriguez, who went into a fair amount of detail about what they were doing and how they were doing it, whether that was the right way or the wrong way, they were doing it. And in the Inspector Wolf's inspection report, he doesn't mention it. And that to me is also pretty significant, because this is a, wetting the material is pretty standard procedure. And to just miss that in the report, I found to be frankly pretty compelling. So from this perspective, I don't think, again, there's enough evidence to indicate whether, that there either wasn't an ability to wet because there was no machine there. He did give us a demonstration of what it sounded like, but the video doesn't have sound. So, I don't know what that was supposed to tell us. And we don't know if the wetting was appropriate. He testified that he saw no evidence that the amended water was being used. I'm not quite sure what that means, that it wasn't amended or that there was no water. Again, lack of evidence, lack of clear evidence, one way or the other on this. And so this is another claim that I would not agree with.
Commissioner Milford.
So I'll go ahead and take the other side on this one as well. I think between Inspector Wolf's testimony and what was really impactful for me was the photo of the shards that were directly underneath the area where Edge was working. And there was no indication. I think that was a relatively clear photo. That material looked wet, that there were droplets beating on the surface, which I would have expected with this material, or any indication that there was moisture on the soil around the poly. So it looked to me like there was no wetting going on. I think the video admittedly was quite blurry, but I think it would have been, I think you would have been able to see an air compressor and a sprayer in that video if they had been present. So I would support the finding of a violation on this point.
Commissioner Slutsky.
I too had the exact same feelings as Commissioner Milford. But again, relying on testimony, and when the inspector was there, his testimony was quite clear that there was no spraying going on while he was there. I know, but that's what we're working with. We're working off the inspection report, and the way with one person on a ladder, how do you do all that stuff? I just don't see how it would be even possible to spray the transite and then drop it and spraying it before it comes off, when it's off, as you're dropping it. It said, the regulation says that it needs to be wetted continually, basically is what it says. And just to echo Commissioner Milford, there was no evidence of water on that tarp. I mean, It just doesn't seem like, you know, it was being done at that moment. So I would say there's a violation.
Commissioner Blankenship.
Okay, from my assessment, I believe that all of the evidence that was presented to make a determination of a violation is circumstantial. Once again, I'll go back to the general lack of good evidence. The report, the inspector's report, someone with that level of experience, I would expect to know that that they needed to document and thoroughly document all of the issues at the site, especially knowing that there could be the potential of enforcement action forthcoming. I've had a lot of experience in this area, and it almost feels like it's an after the fact kind of how many things can we maybe find to pile on with. But once again, just the quality of the evidence and the lack of addressing that in the report leads me to find that that the division did not meet the threshold necessary to make a determination of a violation on this item.
Commissioner Thomas.
So I do think that there is sufficient, even with that one picture of the poly and the broken trans, I do think that there is evidence that there wasn't water being applied. You know, even with the grainy video, it didn't look like there was any kind of hose or wand from an airless sprayer that was going up there. And so, yeah, I think, and then if you look at in the division's rebuttal statement, now granted, this is under violation 3, which we haven't discussed yet, but Mr. Rodriguez's testimony is, you know, I mean, he said it was big doo-doo. What do you mean that that's more translite pieces than there should be? This is something I would see at a job site that wasn't professional. There's too much debris, and I didn't have the right tools, and I should have just not done the work. So to me, that indicates that there wasn't water being applied here.
Commissioner Arnold.
Thank you. I guess I tend to agree with Commissioner Rudolph and Commissioner Blankenship that there just isn't enough on the record to convince me that it wasn't being wetted. We do have testimony from the workers on site stating that they were handing the airless sprayer basically between each other. I think clearly shows that maybe they're not the greatest plan when you have one on the ground climbing up to a couple steps to grab it and another worker on the ladder climbing down to grab it when they need it above. The fact that the video doesn't come through with any audio is a little troubling to me when we do have things on the record, you know, talking about how loud they are and what they sound like. And certainly my experience around airless sprayers would indicate they are very loud. So I pulled the photo up again after Commissioner Milford, I think, made a great point about let's look at this. Does it show anything? It's hard for me to tell when I zoom in to get really good indication of was there any moisture on those broken pieces that are shown in the photo. And so that's the fact that we have workers on the record testifying that they were spraying it. In fact, you know, admittedly, I think in a poor way to execute that. And then looking back at 3S 4A, adequately wet the surface areas of the non-friable ACM to prevent dust emissions throughout the removal process is ultimately where I get to. I don't think there's enough evidence on the record to find violation.
Commissioner Reeder.
I would echo what Commissioner Arnold said virtually exactly, and add in the point that this not being included in the inspection report was also really troubling to me. So I would find there's no violation.
So I agree that it was very troubling that there's only 3 violations, you know, that were being written up and that one was missing. I think this was a piece where, the video evidence to me was virtually worthless. I could tell if there was someone on a ladder in a white suit, there was someone on the ground in a white suit, and there was a building with siding, and that was about it. Any other action, I couldn't tell. That being said, I've been around air compressed equipment before. I know that when it's going on. I found Mr. Wolf's testimony credible in that regard about what he did not hear that day. I don't necessarily, fall in the camp that it had to have been wetted continuously throughout the entire process, but assuming that it was done prior to removal on what has been testified to as a waterproof substance, that it shouldn't be a large delay between potentially spraying it and removing it. And so looking at the photo evidence that's in there, I see no evidence of there having been anything related to moisture on the ground, on the tarp, underneath where these workers were working, on the pieces of transite that were there. There was testimony from Mr. Wolf that when he did touch it, that they were dry. I think in some cases where you may not have, the full picture evidence, the testimony itself is part of the evidence, and I'm weighing some credibility with Inspector Wolf in that regard. So I am inclined to fall on the side that there is a violation of failure to adequately wet the non-friable material before removal. My count here is kind of a tie on this issue. We have essentially a requirement that we're going to have to reach a vote on this of 5 votes in order to find that violation. So we can further discuss it now. We can wait until we have a motion. So should someone motion to find a violation there, we could have discussion then. What's the pleasure of the commission? Continue discussion now or come back to it? Or not?
Can I come back to it?
We'll come back to it. Okay. The third claim is failure to carefully remove the siding. The division charges the Edge failed to carefully remove the asbestos cement siding and dropped it from an elevated height, breaking the material and rendering it friable, violating regulation number 8, part B, section 3S4C. Who would like to kick us off? And Commissioner Blankenship.
Okay, section 3S4C is very short and direct. Remove the material carefully with minimal breakage and disturbance. There are pictures that show material in place. It also shows material on the ground, on the tarp, that it is broken. And so based on that evidence that was presented, I do believe that there was a violation here, that the material was not removed with minimal breakage and disturbance.
Commissioner Arnold.
I would wholeheartedly agree with that. Obviously, we have some limited photos, but we do have very clear photos showing the work being done by Edge and the material on top of the poly that they had put down. I think it's hard to say that was removed carefully. It's broken up quite a bit. The testimony from the workers on site, the execution of how they were doing the removal, I think clearly shows it wasn't done carefully. It would be impossible to comply with the OSHA 3-point rule and do what they were trying to accomplish in a careful manner. 2 feet, 1 hand. You're prying that material off and letting it drop to the ground. And the photos show that. The record shows that. Testimony showed that. Disappointing, especially knowing the fact that you could have had a JLG or a boom lift or multitude of ways to have 2 workers performing those tasks very safely and carefully. And so I think it clearly shows a violation.
Commissioner Rudolph.
I actually agree. This is when I was introducing the claims, I was talking about the first one being is rendered friable, and this one is, for me, it's like the sloppy. The practice is to remove it in a manner that is not careful, could render it friable. So it's a way to sort of prevent something from potentially happening. And in this case, I mean, it is clear that many of the panels were already broken from the prior contractor who damaged a lot of them. But prying them off with a flat bar, letting them drop to the ground, I think that's an indication that they were not carefully removed. Whether or not what the results were, it still was not careful. And so I would agree with this.
Commissioner Thomas.
Yeah, I won't belabor it. I mean, this looks like a clear violation to me.
Mr. Slutsky.
Well, I concur, obviously, and I'll end my comments because this is the last chance I'm going to get. The way I started, this goes back to training, to management, to safety. Concur with Commissioner Arnold about not being able to do this in a safe manner. That the owner was maybe the most negligent of everyone we've talked about here, and that this particular violation, the previous one, all of them would not have happened. We would not be talking about this for the last year. And the resources we've put into this because of the owner not caring about his workers or following the regulations. Yeah, there's not enough evidence. I think the division's learned their lesson. I certainly hope so. And maybe Edge has as well. I hope so. I care about the workers more than anything else, and they were not cared for. They were disrespected, and it resulted in them breaking the law, if you will, having this violation. There's no excuse for this. People have to take care of their workers because in the end, they're the ones that are liable. And the fact that we're going to put a minimal fine on this is just, it's just beyond belief for me.
Commissioner Milford.
So I agree that there's a violation here. I guess a couple of other additional points that were significant to me were the testimony from Mr. Rodriguez that he hadn't read the work practices, and the fact that they weren't pulling or clipping nails, which seems like if you want to render transite friable, that's a really good way to try to do it.
Commissioner Reeder.
Yes, I agree with everyone else. This is that I would find this to be a violation as well. I think that we heard even from Edge's own experts that there are other ways they should have done this. So I think it's pretty clear dropping it from 20 feet or more is clearly not removing the material carefully with minimal breakage, even if Ortiz Brothers had somehow contributed to breakage before they got there. The one thing, since this is kind of one of the last times to talk about this, I asked the question, I believe it was Curtis Burns, about what they should have done in terms of, when Edge got there and Ortiz Brothers had done their work, Edge should have stopped work, called in, gotten a new permit. I don't know why the division hasn't pursued a violation of not following their work permit. That's a different, following the practices they outline in the work permit. That's a little bit of a different issue, and it's not the issue before us today. But on this particular item, I agree that Edge did not remove the material carefully and would find a violation.
I find a violation here as well. I will say again that the lack of photo evidence and video evidence is really, really troubling and challenging. When I look at the photo of the polycloth with the broken piece of transite, I don't know if those were broken pieces that were removed that Ortiz Brothers had broken in removal of the balconies, or if that was part of Edge's breaking. Regardless, Edge did not follow their notice of project. I don't think there was anything being contested that the means for removing the transite siding was prying it off with a flat bar and dropping it to the ground. And I can't imagine that in any way that should be considered removing the material carefully with minimum breakage or disturbance. So that's where I land on finding that violation. So I think that's a unanimous up down for us on a violation for failure to carefully remove the non-friable material. Okay, so we are still at a tie of adequately wet, and before we go into the penalty phase, I will just say that if anyone was convinced to change their answer, that they're welcome to do so now. Otherwise, it'll stick at a 4-4. Commissioner Blankenship.
I'm not compelled to change my answer, but I do feel compelled to share some thoughts on this. I truly believe that when Edge came to this site, that they found it in the condition that they found it in, they should have left. They should have contacted the division. They should have left. They should not have proceeded, but they did. And I stand firmly on that. The general lack of good evidence has put us in a position where we cannot confirm these violations. And in my mind, I believe that Edge is in violation maybe of all of these, but I don't have the good evidence to make that determination. And I'm disappointed in not having that. I think a seasoned, experienced inspector can do a heck of a lot better job for not only us, but the agency he works for and the public that he's in charge to protect in doing his job. So I stand firmly on the no, on number 2, no violation, no proof of violation. Do I believe there was a violation? Absolutely. But I don't have the proof to say otherwise. Thank you.
Anybody else? Any other additional commentary on that? Okay, seeing none, without having 5 votes to find that violation fails. So we will not find a violation there. We will not enter into the penalty phase of that determination, which leaves us just with a violation for failure to carefully remove. Find in my notes here. So again, considering the statutory factors, the seriousness of the danger to public health caused by the violation, the willfulness of violation, the duration of violation, the record of the entity person committing the violation, the apparent, because we haven't seen it, division matrix presents a window, a frame for this violation with a monetary amount of $100 to $1,500. Does anyone care to take a stab at where we think it should land? Commissioner Arnold.
Thank you, Hearing Officer Gonzalez. So I tend to agree with Commissioner Slutsky on his comments around the finding of the violation and how disappointing it is to see Edge put their workers in a bad position. Very unsafe, especially when you have very easy alternatives. You have some mitigating factors here, but regardless of the previous contractor's mistakes, Edge planned on executing this job the way it showed. The evidence shows 1 ladder, 1 worker up high, 1 worker down low. If they were planning on doing it another way, where was the other ladder? Where was the lift? There's all these things that could have made it very, very easy for them to do this in a safe way that showed respect to the workers. But those folks, shouldn't be put in bad positions. And so the fact that you had easy alternatives that you could have executed and put your workers in a better position to be safe and execute this lead me to believe I'm on the top end of the scale. And Commissioner Reeder, I made some comments previous that for precedents, it feels like standard practices that the division uses or department uses make sense to me. So if we're looking at that range, I'm at the top of it, 1,500.
I would agree with Commissioner Arnold.
Commissioner Blankenship, same. Commissioner Rudolph. Commissioner Milford.
So I'm at the top end of the scale, but I also think that there are aggravating factors here that we should consider. And so we should consider the policy of doubling for willfulness and increasing by an additional 50% for danger to the public, because this was a site that was clearly very readily accessible by the public.
Commissioner Reader. You're on mute, Commissioner Reader, still.
There we go. Okay. I was having trouble unmuting. I was having mouse issues. Anyway, Commissioner Mulford said exactly what I was going to say. I think it's $1,500 for the base violation, but based then on willfulness, a doubling of that, and then a 50% penalty for the size of the project, and again 50% for proximity to the public. So that would be a total of $6,000 for this violation, and that's what I would advocate for all the reasons that others have already mentioned in terms of worker protection, proximity to the public, and sort of the general sloppiness of this whole project.
Commissioner Rudolph.
So I do think that this is potentially pretty serious just because of the failure to comply with what they had written would be their practices. And then just the way they were going about this, I thought this was actually pretty sloppy. But seriousness of danger to the public. We found that this is not creating friable asbestos. So I'm questioning now, what's the danger to the public? I mean, I think that, again, the way I read this requirement is that you are trying to carefully, or you are required to carefully remove the siding because it could become friable if you don't carefully remove it. Not that it will or that it has, but that it could. And so I'm struggling with the endangerment to the public when we've already found that the practices did not result in friable asbestos.
I understand what you're saying there. I think the way I'm viewing it very similar to Commissioner Milford and the Commissioner Reader in terms of top end of the violation, 2X for willfulness. Again, just complete disregard, not even reading, the notice of project and kind of what they were planning on doing. I think that danger to the public doesn't necessarily end in a kind of a realization of that consequence, right? That risk is there. So I see the danger to the public through essentially, a flippant approach to how they're conducting their business. To me, exists whether or not the actual danger comes to fruition. And so that's kind of where I'm sitting when I think about the danger to public, similar to what Commissioner Milford and Commissioner Reader proposed. So I'm just giving you kind of an alternative to your perspective on that, Commissioner Rudolph.
Thank you. If I can respond to that, I think that's a good way to put it. The danger of the risk as opposed to the actual danger. I see this provision as being the risk provision, and so I think that's a good way to put it. And I would agree, therefore, with the increase in the penalty amount here.
Commissioner Slutsky, we have not heard from you.
I think for me, the willfulness is meaning intentional disregard for our regulation is for me, that rises to the top. And I will agree with Commissioner Reader's math and go with 6,000.
So the other commissioners only had an opportunity to kind of only shared their thoughts within the range. Any other additional thoughts?
First, I would like to thank Commissioner Milford for bringing this to to the attention of the commission. I think those are very valid points. And I also want to thank Commissioner Reader for doing the math. And based on
That's some
the-
heavy math.
Yeah, that's some heavy
Thank you,
math.
Curtis.
Yeah. And but more importantly, I agree with Commissioner Milford. I think it's very appropriate and will support the $6,000 fine on this item. Thank you.
I see a head nod from Commissioner Thomas for the record. I see a head nod from Commissioner Arnold for the record. I'm going to make one comment that I don't necessarily know that the math is still clear, just because we have talked about the, whether we're applying to the principal, whether we're compounding it based on these different factors. To me, that doesn't matter. I think $6,000 is a fair penalty, and that's where I stand there. I see other head nods across the commission, so I'm going to assume that is unanimous for our kind of up-down vote on that penalty. And with that, I will entertain Commissioner Milford, please.
I just wanted to, for the record, respond to Commissioner Rudolph. I don't think we established that the material wasn't rendered non-friable. We just established that the division didn't demonstrate that it had been. Those are two different things.
Friable, hadn't been rendered friable.
Hadn't been rendered friable. Yes, thank you.
Okay, with that, I will entertain a motion in a second, and we'll ask for any additional commentary.
What is the motion for? I'm sorry.
This is a motion on whether or not Edge had violated, or specifically it's a motion that Edge has violated sections 3S, 4C, failure to carefully remove non-friable material, resulting in a assessed penalty of $6,000.
I will make that motion. I will make that motion.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion from Commissioner Slutsky, a second from Commissioner Arnold. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Let's see. I think that's it. Yes, Commissioner Rudolph.
Make a final motion. I would like to move that we authorize the hearing officer to work with staff to prepare a final order and to sign that order on behalf of the commission.
We have a second.
Second. Third.
From Commissioner Rudolph and a second from Commissioner Arnold, third from Commissioner Slutsky. This concludes these matters. I will work with staff.
We better vote on that, no?
Oh, do we have a vote on that?
Yeah. Aye.
Aye. Okay, unanimous. I will work with staff to prepare that written order consistent with the commission's filings today. This hearing is adjourned, and I will hand the gavel back over to Chair Slutsky. Before I do that, I would like to thank Commission Conflict Counsel Sue Kim, Advisor Tom Rohn, and Paralegal Sarah Baumgartner for kind of all the work behind the scenes. This has been a long process. It's been a very in-depth process with a lot of preparation and a lot of very engaged involvement from those persons. And personally, thank you very much. On behalf of the commission, thank you very much.
Myself and my team at this time. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. What is the lunch situation? Do we want we can take a break and then take lunch? Why don't we just take lunch?
Yeah. Those
Okay.
are the winner to me.
30 minutes or we want a little more? Commissioner?
Let's get her done.
Okay, we will return at 12:15, breaking for lunch, give everyone else a chance to scoot over across. We are going to continue, and before we do that, we would like to welcome back our council, Corey and Robin. So good to see you. Really?
On the record.
Yeah.
So our next item is the consent agenda, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4 items on the consent agenda. One being approval of our minutes from September 17th to 19th, 2025. And then we have a written comment rulemaking hearing for common provisions and a written comment rulemaking hearing for Regulation 6, Part A. And finally, a written comment rulemaking hearing for Regulation 8, Parts A and E. I would ask if any commissioner would like to remove any of these points for discussion.
I move approval of the consent agenda.
Second.
Any discussion about this particular item, motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Our next agenda is the second item is number 9, secondary SO2 designation. Josh, are you in the house?
Commissioner.
Virtually in the house?
Can you all hear me?
Yes.
All right. Let me share my screen real quick. Let me know if you can see that.
Yes.
All right. Well, thank you all for a couple of minutes here this afternoon. My name is Josh Korth. I'm the supervisor with the SIP Technical Development Unit here at APCD. And we're just going to take a couple minutes to discuss with you all the SO2 designation recommendations for the secondary annual standard that was revised by EPA earlier this year. Very brief presentation, just a couple of quick slides. We'll go over the timeline for the designation. We'll talk about the historical design values, and then at the end that we will request that you adopt the recommendations so that we can submit them to EPA by the end of or middle of December. EPA revised the secondary standard actually at the end of last year, not at the beginning of this year, as I just stated, in December of 2024. That starts a process by which the states have 1 year to make a recommendation for designations for all the air quality regions within their state. We have evaluated the data that is part of the EPA Air Quality Systems database. And are recommending a designation of attainment or attainment unclassifiable for all of Colorado. On this graphic, the circles denote actions by EPA, and the diamonds are things that we are bringing forward to you all or submitting to EPA from the division. Once the information has been submitted to EPA, they have 120 days to let us know if they arrive at a different conclusion. And we don't expect that they will, particularly because the next set of data will not be published until after they would have to make that determination. And then they have 1 year from the deadline for us to submit, which is in December, to make the final designations and propose those in the Federal Register. In the request conversation, Commissioner Reeder had a question about one of the graphics that we had, and we felt it was important to add another table to this presentation that showed all of the historical design values for the last 10 years for all the monitors that had been in service at any point during that time. And so what you can see is that, historically we have been well below the standard of 10 parts per billion on an annual average that the new revised standard requires. And then EPA's determination and our recommendation is based on the monitors that are active currently, and were active during the 2022 to 2024 design period. And so what you can see on this graphic is that, for the monitors that are currently active, the monitors on which EPA will base their designation, we are, down around 1 or even below 1 for all of the last 10-year period. And so with that, we would like to request that you adopt the recommendation of attainment or attainment unclassifiable for all of Colorado. And then we would in turn submit that to EPA by the December deadline as required. And with that, I will take any questions that you all might have.
Commissioners, questions? Commissioner,
Josh, I had some questions about the technical support document. I wonder if these were the same ones Commissioner Reader had, but figure 1 shows a map of the SO2 ambient air monitoring sites. And the caption above says there should be 3 blue dots, which are the active ones. But as I look at this figure, there's only 1 blue dot. So I don't honestly know which are the 3 active sites, and I would like to know that.
Yeah, and appreciate that question. That's an excellent question. It really has to do with the granularity of the map. All 3 of the active monitors are in the Denver metro area, and so they basically overlay each other on that map when we display a statewide map. In hindsight, maybe we could have done a little cutout that showed more of the Denver metro area in a greater resolution, and then you would see some separation between the monitors that are mainly centered in downtown and just north of downtown in the Denver metro area.
So can you tell me what those monitoring sites are?
La Casa, I got to remember the other 2 now. Let me find it real quick.
Okay, thanks.
Is it Highway 24? No.
That's
No,
in the
that's
spring.
Highway 24 is Colorado Springs.
LB and Denver Camp.
Yes. Thank you.
Page 6 of the TSD, there's a table 2 at the bottom that has 3 sites on it.
But Welby and Camp have suspended monitoring.
No, they have not. They are all currently monitoring. The reason why some of them have blanks or no data in the table is if they did not pass all of the quality assurance requirements for all 3 of the years in the design value period, then they are not reported as a quality assured data point to the air quality system database to EPA. But all 3 of them are currently active monitors.
And they still count in terms of the attainment determination.
Yes.
Okay, all right. That seems odd, but okay.
anyone else? Well, then, this would be a good time for a motion to adopt Colorado's designated recommendations for the EPA's revised secondary SO2 National Ambient Air Quality Standard. I have a motion.
So moved.
Second.
We have motion and a second. Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion passes 7-0. This
Thank
takes
you all,
us,
commissioners.
thank you, Josh. This is item number 10 on our agenda, regulation number 3, permitting and emissions reporting. Matthew Twyman from, Matthew, you changed. Oh, okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Leah Martland in the Planning and Policy Program and joined by Matt Twyman in the Climate Program, and we'll be presenting an update on the implementation of the greenhouse gas fee rule. I'm going to start with some regulatory background before I turn it over to Matt for the interesting pieces as a refresher on how this rule came about. For those not very familiar to look at it, you're like, that is weird. Why would you have adopted it that way? So in December of 2022, the Commission adopted a greenhouse gas APEN requirement. This was directed in House Bill 21-1266 for the Commission to collect fees based on emissions reported on an APEN such that the division's climate work would be adequately funded. The climate directives over the years have been many, and some came with funding and some didn't, and that funding was ending, and the legislature intended these fees to continue to fund the work as it carried forward. But they tied it to APEN. So first we had to create a greenhouse gas APEN because we don't have one. So the commission adopted that and used a facility-wide threshold for applicability. Before we returned to bring you a fee rule, the legislature revised that such that those fees could be assessed on an APEN or as otherwise reported to the division. So now we have this APEN that maybe we don't need to use. So in the fee rule, we actually requested that you adopt a requirement to assess that fee on the greenhouse gas emissions reported pursuant to Reg 22, and then for upstream and midstream oil and gas in Reg 7. So there's the funky structure as to the applicability of who's reporting and who's getting assessed fees. Some of the other parameters that we had to work within are in the statute that the fee had to be $1 per ton. Couldn't assess a fee on more than 4,000 tons, and it had to collect a dollar amount sufficient for the division's climate work. So we brought an interesting fee structure that's proportional. It assesses fees that vary by the fee-paying entity, which for oil and gas upstream and midstream is on a company basis, and for non-upstream midstream oil and gas is on a facility basis. Matt will walk through the calculation a little bit more if you have some questions, but the end result of the pie of fees is to collect a fixed dollar amount within those statutory parameters that I mentioned, the $1 per ton, the $4,000 cap, and the specific funding amount that needed to be collected. So the commission also, per a party request, revised the greenhouse gas APEN requirement such that once the fees were being assessed on the emissions as reported pursuant to Reg 7, then those entities wouldn't have to also then submit the greenhouse gas APEN. So another oddity just wanted to flag as this had moved forward through the rulemaking process. In that rulemaking, the commission directed the division to periodically review the needs of the program as well as potential funding measures and a variety of other aspects related to implementing this program, and to come back to you all with an update on implementation and potential recommendations. And that's why we are here today. And I will turn it over to Matt for the interesting part of the presentation.
Thank you, Leah, and good day, commissioners. I'm Matthew Twyman. I supervise the Greenhouse Gas Inventory and Reporting Unit in the Climate Change Program. So this is the first year that our program has really taken over control of the implementation of the program. There was an initial year where there was fee collection, and then it's been handed over to our team. So going forward, our team and I will be the one coming back to give these annual briefings. So like Leah just said, there are so there's 3 groups of operators that submit APENs or that we generally collect fees against. So like Leah said, there's the transmission and storage segment operators that are Reg 7, Section 4 under Part B. They only submit GHG APENs to us. And then we have under our Regulation 22, what we would consider to be the greenhouse gas reporting program. They submit to our program specifically and also GHG APENs. So they have some duplicative reporting going on there. And then there's finally the upstream and midstream operators that are covered under Reg 7. So in all cases, if a facility or entity, a company is emitting 25,000 tons or more, they get on the list, and then we go through this proportional calculation. One of the things that's interesting to note, though, is that everyone has a different timeline for when they're submitting data to us, and it spans 9 months of the year, which is not very great for us. So the Reg 22 GHGRP reporters, they submit their reports by March 31st annually. Then the ONGAR, the upstream and midstream operators, submit by June 30th annually. And finally, the transmission and storage segment operators, which they're typically a handful, 2, maybe 4 of those that are reporting, and they don't have to report the GHG APENs until the end of the year. So we have a big span of time over which we're trying to collect this data before we can make it available to everybody and they can see what their expected fees are. So I'm going to walk through this calculation. I hope not to lose everybody here, but there is a reason you'll see why we did it this way. So I'm going to read this so I don't get lost here. So like we said, this rule is unique in the way that it's set fee collection requirements. Like Leah mentioned, there's a requirement to fully fund the direct and indirect costs for implementing climate-related work at the division that is directed by the State Air Act. So basically, there's a fixed amount that must be collected through these administrative fees. However, the division must also balance statutory limitations for billing only up to 4,000 tons of each regulated pollutant per source and year. So the result of that balance is the development of this dynamic structure for fee collection, which means an entity's fees are dependent not just on their own activities, but on the overall group's activities. So we're going to walk through the calculation steps real quick. So first, we compute the total billable emissions across the fee-paying community by multiplying that 4,000 ton limit per fee pair by the total number of fee pairs. So that's the amount of emissions that we're technically allowed to bill against. Then we compute the average cost per ton emitted by dividing the fiscal year's total administrative costs, in this case, 6.54 million, by the total billable emissions that we just computed in the step before. So if spread evenly, this would actually represent the cost applied to each entity. The third step, we compute the average emissions per entity by dividing the total number of entities by the total pool of regulated emissions. This serves as essentially a midpoint emissions level. So emissions above or below that are scaled proportional to where they lie relative to this value compared to the total pool of emissions. Hope I don't lose it yet. We will simplify this at the end here. But fourth, we compute each entity's proportionality factor. And that's by dividing their reported emissions by the average emissions that we calculated in step 3. And this factor then you could think of as the fair share or equitable approach for how we determine their fees. Fifth step is we compute each of their individual costs per ton of emissions. And we do that by multiplying the average emissions level, again, found in step 3, by each entity's proportionality factor that we just found in the previous step. And then finally, we arrive at the individual fees that we assess on each entity by multiplying their individualized cost per ton of emissions by the 4,000 ton billable limit. And everyone gets the 4,000 ton limit because they are all by de facto, they are emitting over 4,000. Everyone has to be 25,000 to be in the bucket, right? Okay, so thank you so much for bearing with me on that one. Like I promised, it's very riveting. There's a lot of steps for ultimately a pretty simple calculation, but really this is the most straightforward approach that pops out given the 2 explicit statutory requirements, that there's a fixed amount and there's a 4,000 ton limit. I will also point out that these steps are defined in the regulation. So now I'm going to show what we've done to meet part of the regulatory request that was built into the statement of basis and purpose in the rule. So the SBAP says that the commission directs the division no later than September 30th of each year, starting in calendar year 2024, to publish at a minimum an estimate of the total billable CO2e emissions that were emitted during the preceding calendar year, as reported by companies pursuant only to regulation number 22. So a bit of a nuance there. It's not an estimate of the total billable emissions from the entire group. And notably, the on-air operators are not on there, even though their reports had been submitted by June. So what do we do with that? The Reg 22 emissions have generally represented about 3/4 of the total emissions. So it's a good chunk of the pie. But remember, because it's proportional, you need to know everybody's emissions. So we read this to be we're going to do our best to give as much information we possibly can so that everyone can have the closest image they can to what their emissions might be, with the acknowledgement that it will change once we can say we've locked down the total pool. And beyond that, also, once we're able to lock down what final emissions are, because emissions revisions are a common thing, and it takes a while for them to actually stabilize into a state where we can say this is the cutoff point. So we're doing our best to give as much information as we can to the fee-paying community in advance. But like we said, that schedule and the time we need to let the report settle down is kind of a limiting factor for any given entity to actually know how much they're going to be billed. So the idea that we have here is that we publish data by September 30th. I think we did it by mid-September this year. And we say, this is very preliminary. Go take a look, make sure there's nothing egregiously wrong. I can tell you there have been some that highly skew the numbers for people. That serves as an incentive, of course, for the operators to try to get their numbers right. If you accidentally submit something for 20 million tons, you are basically getting the entire bill. So nobody wants that. So we try to give them time, and then we are going to go through rounds of revisions and posting and saying, all right, this is the new snapshot. Somebody submitted a big correction that shuffled everybody's fees. Everyone go back, take a look, and we're going to do that about 3 times until in the new year, around spring, we will finally lock those in and say, this is your final say, this is what it's going to be. What you will not find on this dashboard are any other data points related to the invoices themselves or contact information for the individual billing entities. Let me go back one, very sorry. So we first released this in May of this year for fiscal year 2025 fees based on calendar year 2023 emissions. Then we updated the dashboard, like I said, just in mid-September this year for fiscal year 2026 fees. They're based on calendar year 2024 emissions. So there's always a 2-year lag in the data we get and the fees that we assess. Okay, so we've talked about the rest, and that keep going. All right, so I'm going to give an overview of what has happened to date. What have we invoiced? So for fiscal year 2024, the division invoiced for just about 60% of the full program costs. That was by design, and that was about $3.93 million. And they were sent in July of 2024. That was the initial run. So due to some errors, initial run of this, we found some bugs. They were a little too late, so we didn't actually get to finalize the full amount. It ended up being about 3.89 million, and we've collected about 3.84 million. So that's a 98% collection rate, which I'd say is pretty outstanding for us. So then for fiscal year 25, we sent invoices June this year, and we again plan to invoice now for the full amount of 6.54 million. Again, still some learning curves. We found a couple of new errors after invoices already been sent out. So there were a couple that we had to retract, and that resulted in a final invoicing amount of 6.5 million, and we ended up eating the rest. Thus far, we've collected about 5.95 million of that 6.5. So that's about a 91% collection rate. Not terrible. We do know some parties are still working to get their bills in. Some of it comes down to all we have to go off of is a billing email, and that's not always accurate. So again, this idea of having a dashboard and trying to reach out to as many parties as we can to make sure, check that it's right, because we don't want delinquency, and that's not good for anybody's invoices to go to collections. So we're still ironing some things out, but we expect this year we will be able, or we'll be successful in invoicing the full 6.54 million, and hope that there won't be any hiccups that will delay any collection of the full amount. So one thing to note is that there is no mandated schedule for when invoices must be sent out, but we anticipate we'll be doing that this spring. The limiting factor really is that we want to be covering the fiscal year. Okay. All right, so how have the fees broken down? So this graph shows 5 sectors or buckets that we've done for simplicity's sake. what we have here in the dark blue are power plants. Oil and gas companies are in yellow. Manufacturing facilities are green. Landfills are red. And then just a handful of other facilities are in light blue. So there's only 2 of those. The pool of fee payers is almost about 110 total operators. I want to note that the buckets on the x-axis on this histogram are not uniform, and the bucket sizes increase as you move from left to right. So the furthest left column shows basically the bucket of fee payers that are being charged up to $5,000, whereas the furthest right bucket is those being assessed anywhere from $750,000 up to just over $1 million. Not quite, I'm not going to say it's a logarithmic scale, but we try to put them into reasonable size buckets because there was a good distribution of these. So the thing to take away here is you can see that the highest payers are the electric power plants. They are then followed by the gas utilities, or sorry, not gas utility, the oil and gas sector. Apologies. And the highest fee that was assessed for fiscal year 25 was approximately $1.1 million. And that went to Comanche Power Plant. The second highest fee was $770,000, and that went to Craig Power Plant, the 2 largest coal plants in the state. Just some quick stats on the distribution of the fees. Just over 60% went to power plants. A quarter went to oil and gas companies, and then we're down to 10% for the manufacturing, 2% for landfills, and then 1% for those others. So it's heavily weighted, it is the argument here. So when we look out into the future as different sectors or facilities decarbonize at different rates, this graph will begin to shift and shuffle. This is because fees are essentially based on the relative contribution. So you can imagine if the largest power plants shifted to mostly renewable, for example, the distribution of companies or distribution of contributions to the total emissions would become tighter, which would tend to pull up the lowest fees from the bottom. This is a feature of basically having to cover fixed costs with a rather limited pool of fee payers on a proportional basis. Okay, now we're going to talk about program evaluation. So we'll get into some of the work we've done to evaluate the program, identify concerns or challenges, and develop some recommendations. So here's a review of the program costs that were estimated during the initial rulemaking. The table outlines the program, the actual programs on the left, their estimated costs, and then the relative shares of the fees that were collected and how they're allocated to each of the programs. So in terms of the programs, you'll see Climate Program, Office of Innovations Planning, and on down the list. But there are several things in there that you wouldn't necessarily directly relate to climate work. But the work is, of course, distributed among many different programs. As you can see in the bottom right, the evaluation indicated that the total costs were expected to be just over $7 million, but only 6.54 was ultimately approved. We do not expect costs to have reduced since then. So putting all of this into a little bit easier to read graphical form, the graph on the left illustrates how the fees are allocated to the different programs. So almost 50% of the fees go to the climate program. The graph on the right illustrates how much of each program is funded by the fees. So the climate program is fully funded by the fees. There are no additional sources of funding coming into that program, while something like the Office of Innovations Planning is receiving 50% of their funding. Okay, so some concerns and challenges that we've identified. This is the home stretch, so almost there. The biggest and perhaps most obvious challenge, of course, is the shifting pool of fee payers and emissions over time. That's a real challenge, and we don't necessarily have a solution to that right now. As rules and programs are implemented, we anticipate emissions to fall. When those emissions fall, not only will the total emissions of the group fall, but the pool of fee payers will also shrink as facilities start falling below the 25,000 ton threshold. As we discussed earlier, the fees are currently mainly being applied to power plants, next to oil and gas operators, and then far below the manufacturing facilities. So each of these groups has its own rule targeting emission reductions that we have listed here. This increases the likelihood that smaller operations will pay more tomorrow than they do today if they cannot decarbonize as quickly. An additional concern is the outdated global warming potentials, or GWPs, that were written into regulation. The regulations for the reporting program, including regulations 22 and 7, have been updated to use GWPs from the 5th assessment report, known as AR5, that's published by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change from their first working group, as opposed to what the rule currently has, which is AR4 values. And what the impact here is that AR4 undervalues methane by about 12%. So in particular, any methane heavy operator facility is currently being underestimated in terms of the fees that we think should be assessed to them. Generally, of course, we recommend where possible to align the GWPs, the AR values across regulations. We know that's an effort and you can't do them all at the same time always. So as I alluded to earlier, the rules SBAP requires publication of only Reg 22 Part A billable emissions by September 30th. And because the transmission and storage segment operator reports are not due until December, we cannot guarantee a complete picture or an accurate estimation of fees until everything is in. There are also mixed reporting requirements across the three groups. As we said at the beginning, upstream and midstream oil and gas operators must report to ONGAR only, while transmission and storage operators report GHG APENs only, which I will note, GHG APENs do not allow for any other level of independent validation. We get a single number and that is it. So it's not a report with any additional information that we would typically find in Reg 7 or Reg 22 reporting. So then on the contrary, the GHGRP facilities must report both GHG APENs and reports to the reporting program. And we see this as duplicative. So finally, here's what we're suggesting. The task outline for the division in the rule is to identify needed legislative and regulatory changes. Like I said earlier, at this time, we do not have a statutory recommendation. It's a tough nut to crack, and I think the commission acknowledged that when they published this rule. However, on the regulatory front, we do recommend, of course, updating the global warming potentials, AR5, and if possible, if that can take effect for fiscal year 26 billing, that'd be ideal. The second recommendation is to remove the GHG APEN requirements for Reg 22 Part A sources to reduce their reporting burden. The third is one of two options. So either, one of two suggested options here. So either direct a new timing for publishing billable emissions, pushing from say September 30th to maybe January 31st of the following year, or pull in the GHG APEN due date for transmission and storage segment sources from December 31st to June 30th. And June 30th, is the recommendation because this aligns with the segment's operator reports that they submit company-wide for the segment under Regulation 7, Part B, Section 4. It also aligns with the other reports that are collected under Reg 7 for the upstream and midstream operators via ONGAR. So internally, one action that we are undertaking is to formalize the timeline for data collection, data publication, finalization of all the numbers, and invoicing each year so that we can at least provide the regulated community certainty on their calendars. And with that, that is all we have. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, commissioners? Dan?
Matthew, thank you for your presentation. I have a question on slide number 12. The top four contributors, at least the top two contributors are definitely coal-fired electric generation plants. How far down the list do you have to go to get to a natural gas-fired plant? Do you know?
That's a great question. Not a specific question I've anticipated, unfortunately.
Sorry about that.
So, I mean, generally converting from coal to natural gas, please let me correct this if I misstate it, but I think you get like a 40% reduction in emissions or something like that. I'm not a specialist on that, but it's a pretty decent number. So, if we went from here and you cut their emissions, which would cut their fees. Now, it's not necessarily a proportional 30% reduction in fees, right? Because again, they're reducing, but it's still the pie. And so it gets a little.
Right, gets reallocated.
So I don't necessarily know. I imagine, these are enormous suppliers of electricity, right?
Right.
So, that's not necessarily going away. There's only so much you can decarbonize by converting from coal to gas. I would imagine, unless that was offset with renewables to a greater and greater descent.
So basically your top two contributors are covering about a third of your program right now. Do you happen to know when those two plants are scheduled to be taken offline?
I believe every plant right now is before 2031. So Comanche in particular, I think is 2031, and Craig, I think, is coming around the corner here in a couple of years.
Okay, and so you're anticipating that when that occurs, then you're going to have a pretty significant redistribution of these costs.
2 years later.
Right.
Okay, because it lags.
Of course, yeah.
It lags.
Yeah.
So the assessment lags 2 years. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Anyone else?
So I have a question about the same slide. What's the definition of facility? So for the electric generating units, it looks like it's a power plant totaling all of the units at a single site. For oil and gas, is it
company level?
Company? And then what about landfills? Is it by landfill or by landfill owner?
Be by the landfill site.
Okay.
So it's everybody by facility except for the Section 5 recorders, because the way they report at the company level. So it's the same 25,000 threshold, but it's against their company emissions versus by facility.
Okay, thank you. And then the question I have about the recommendation to eliminate the APENS reporting. What happens if the federal greenhouse gas reporting program goes away, as EPA has said it wants to do?
Excellent question and hot topic, Commissioner. I appreciate you asking that question. So this is near and dear to my heart right now. This is the work I'm embedded in deeply. So Reg 22 incorporates by reference Part 98, which is the federal reporting rule, as of a certain date. So what we generally acknowledge is that Reg 22 is not going away. And because we incorporate by reference as of a certain date, we've locked in, and this was by design with foresight, thinking of a possibility like this where at the federal level, action may be taken to reverse the rule and other things. And so we feel insulated from that. There are some nuances within Part 98 that we're trying to assess, whether there are other ways that the federal government could take a crack at things. But right now, we see no actual change. What is mostly impacting us is how we actually collect the data.
Well, so that's, I guess, my question. Does the state need to replicate the GHGRP database somehow? And has that already happened, or?
Great questions, Commissioner. We are very actively working on this and trying to find solutions. I don't yet have an answer as to what it will be. We anticipate that it might be a bumpy road for a little bit as we try to understand what the end goal will be for. We're not the only actors that are impacted by this, and we're by no means the only state or entity that is interested in trying to find a solution for this. So we don't yet know what it will look like, but we do know the program will endure.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else?
John, you probably can't see me, but I have my hand up.
I totally see you, but oh yeah, there's your hand.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Matt. And first, congratulations on winning the photo contest and having your photo on the cover of our annual report.
I'm humbled. I should have started out by thanking you.
It was a fabulous photograph and well deserved. And I'm sure it comes with a impressive monetary compensation as well as bragging. Um,
Give him a bagel. I did sneak a bagel earlier, so thank you.
First question, on your last slide, on your bullet about adjusting SBAP language or changing the APEN date, I wasn't clear what exactly you were saying there. Are those just the two options you're looking for? Or are you looking for any input from folks on that? Maybe just restate what you said there. I'm not sure if I quite understood what you were or were not asking us to do with it, if anything.
Yeah, I understand, Commissioner. So we're really just trying to take a swing at how we can get around this awkward scheduling. And it's not baked into the rule, but it is in the SBAP. And the thing that we do have control over in the regulation is when the APENs are due. So we've been, and we know you can't necessarily rewrite SBAP, but we're trying to think of solutions for how we can better harmonize and bring things together. So it just generally flows and makes more sense. Does that help?
Yeah, well, I guess I would just say if I had a vote, I think pulling that APEN date forward makes a lot of sense. So if that's what you're thinking, I agree with you.
Yeah, it is a big, I mean, the TNS operators submit their company level reports in June 30th. So it is a bit of a question why it's then delayed 6 months until they have to submit a simple APEN.
Okay.
Unfortunately tied to the first rulemaking. So one of the awkward things that we think could be improved.
Okay, thank you. And last question, I guess, goes to this issue of the looming coal plant retirements. I don't remember the exact timeline for Comanche, but I think Comanche 1 is shut down and Comanche 2 is either just shut down or about to shut down, and Comanche 3, so we'll lose a bunch of those emissions from the pool, and then Comanche 3 would be 2030, and Craig is 27 or 28, I think. So we're only a couple of years away from that happening. Have you given any, and honestly, as you point out, we have drivers on all of these to reduce emissions. I mean, in theory, we get to this point where there's 1 ton of one fee payer left who has to pay $6.5 million a year because everyone is below the threshold. And now's probably now is a terrible time to talk to the General Assembly about other sources of funding for this, but it seems like this model is not very, I can see it working till 2028, 2029 or so pretty well, but it seems like as we get to 2030 and we hit our 2030 goals of 50% reduction by early 2031, there's a train wreck, or we're going to be building a few emitters, an awful lot per emitter, in a way that's really tough, I think. Have you guys given any thoughts to what that might look like 7 or 8 years out?
Thank you, Commissioner. I mean, yeah, we do discuss this. This is a tough one. You know, by design, we're trying to incentivize people to fall below so they aren't polluting anymore, which is a great incentive, but then we cut off our fee base. Or we make it very, disproportionate for a few remaining stragglers, right? We understand that is not ideal. We don't necessarily know, our hands are a little tied with the statute. And we don't necessarily have a simple fix around that couldn't have other ramifications across other programs or other regulations. And I think this commission acknowledged that in this rule, that this was they were handed a hard one. One option, of course, is you can expand your pool of fee payers, but you can only do that so much. I mean, these are the largest sources in the state, and 25,000 tons is a reasonable threshold, but we don't anticipate that if we dropped it to 10,000 or 1,000 even, that you would come close to this amount of emissions remaining. What we can say is, we bound things by what the inventory estimates across the entire state, and there's not a lot of options. So I don't really know. I think this could be an exercise of trying to just keep kicking the can down the road, find more sources potentially. But, yeah, there's an end game to this essentially that we don't know how to solve yet.
Okay, thank you. I guess part of the reason I ask, through our GHG subcommittee process last year, the resolution we adopted said we're going to send a letter to the legislature every year, giving them an update on how Colorado is doing, how we're making progress toward our climate goals, and anything we need from them. And it seems like that letter might be a good place for us that if we need some legislative fixes from the General Assembly on something like this, would be a good opportunity to do that. Recognize this year's letter may be too soon, but maybe that's something that would be good for the 2026 letter or something. So I appreciate your response. I know it's an extremely difficult issue, and I don't have a good solution either, but just want to sort of, I guess, raise it and get your thoughts. So I appreciate your responses and your sharing where you are on it.
Yeah, and if I can add one more thing, I mean, the proportional approach is not desirable. I think that the fee payers certainly are not a fan of it. They would like to know how much they are going to pay each year, and they'd like to be able to have control over how much they pay. So one of the real sticking points is they can be decarbonizing, but if they're not at the very bottom of the pack, they could actually be charged more, even though their emissions are going down. And that's not great.
We discussed that at some point.
Yeah.
Kicking that can. Are there other questions, commissioners? It's not a question. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
There you go.
Yeah, good.
That's-
Collected.
Going to move into discussions and report. Next is commissioner informational items. Anybody have anything to share? Go ahead, Jen.
So I think we're supposed to tell Jen if we might, multiple of us show up in the same place. And I'm going to the RAC Ozone Forum on the 30th. If anybody else is, just let you know.
Thank you.
Should be fun. Should be good. I highly recommend it to everyone.
I can remember going to a RAC meeting long ago, and I was not welcomed.
What did you do?
I stayed.
Why weren't you welcome?
Well, they were looking at me and going, "What are you doing here?"
Oh, they didn't roll out the red carpet. Is what you're saying.
They did not. Well, I have one little thing to share, and it's not a long discussion, of course, but at the end of our last PTAC meeting, if you recall, when we were making benchmarks, after we were done, one of the stakeholders from one of the community groups came up to me and kind of took me a little bit by surprise, but she said to me, basically, I'm an activist. I've been doing this. Her name was Maria. She was one of the women that testified. She said, I've been doing this for, I think she said 15 years or so. And she said, this is the first time I feel like I've been listened to, or we've been listened to. And she stuck out her hand, shook my hand, and she was gone. So I was like, wow, that's pretty cool. I mean, so that's all I got. Division Directors Report, please.
So our policy and planning team continues to engage with stakeholders on upcoming rulemaking efforts, including ozone state implementation plan, federal oil and gas rules, and the development of control regulations for priority toxic contaminants. The team also continues to monitor ongoing federal actions that may impact ongoing work at the state. Our Small Business Assistant Program has published our annual emissions TAC reporting website and is continuing to work on guidance and tools to support small businesses in complying with recently adopted reporting requirements. We're finalizing an MOU with ECMC and DRMS to guide agency regulatory authority over coal mine methane mitigation projects. Our primary role over these projects is creating permitting and criteria permitting and APENs. The Greenhouse Gas Credit Trading and Tracking System, or GHG CATS, is fully built and operational for GEM facilities, and the market is already seeing activity. In May, the division issued the first set of credits to GEM 2 facilities. Over 175,000 credits were issued, representing over 175 metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent in reductions beyond the cumulative GEM 2 2030 emissions requirements, or an 18.6% reduction of the required 20% reductions from the 2015 baselines. So we're on track. In June, the division hosted the first annual auction for these credits. 2,760 credits were sold during the auction at about $25 per credit. These credits have successfully transferred within the systems between the buyers and sellers. The GEM facilities may also negotiate outside of the annual auction to trade credits bilaterally. Staff will update the commission on the system and market activities in a December briefing. Our climate staff are working jointly with CO and the PUC rulemaking for development of the 2035 clean heat targets for gas utilities and use of recovered methane. The division continues to monitor the federal reconsideration of the EPA's greenhouse gas reporting program, the associated electronic greenhouse gas reporting tools, and impacts it could have on Colorado's AQCC Regulation 22 gas reporters. Staff are considering options to accommodate any shortfalls in emissions reporting capabilities in time for the March 31st, 2026 reporting timeline. Climate staff are developing 2 biennial reports, both due at the end of this year. They include the 2025 statewide greenhouse gas inventory report and the 2025 greenhouse gas emissions reduction progress report to the General Assembly. The commission will be briefed on the findings of these reports in the December meeting. The public comment period on the draft air toxics permitting needs assessment report is closed. It was extended until October 12th, and 2 public meetings were held on September 20th and 24th. We're now working to respond to those comments and deliver the report to the General Assembly by December 31st for their consideration. The dispersion modeling section is finalizing documentation associated with the max compliance for a new general permit. This documentation will be posted for public comment later this fall. And lastly, the Clean Fleet Enterprise Clean Vehicle and Technology Portfolio is accepting applications from public and private fleets for zero emissions and low emissions vehicle grants. And those applications are open through October 24th. And now lastly, the emissions control regulations public meetings in October and November, where we'll be holding 2 public meetings to discuss emissions control regulations to reduce exposure to PTACs and discuss potential revisions to the Air Quality Control Commission Reg 30. There'll be an opportunity to ask questions and provide public comment. And those are on October 22nd and November 8th. That's what I have for this month.
Any questions for Michael? Okay, Tina.
So back to the greenhouse gas reporting program. As a user of that tool, it's really important to me to have the multi-state consistency in reporting. And so I'm wondering if Colorado is talking to other states about coordinating that effort.
Yes, so EPA, specifically around air reporting tools, is in the process of, well, they're in the early stages of creating a unified data platform, is what they're calling it, to put together all of the different reporting, not just greenhouse gas, but more broadly everything. So I am one of 2 state representatives on the steering committee. And then there are also, they're starting to do the outreach. So my team has been involved in some of that stakeholder outreach from EPA. But being on the steering committee does give us significant input into how that rolls out. And one of the things I've already flagged for them is consistency around us being able to continue to use the reporting tools we have, but also more broadly consistency state to state as we continue to move forward.
Anyone else? Thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
Robin?
Hi, commissioners. Nice to be back. Great job. Last day and a half. I don't have a very long update today for you. I did want to let you know that I think last month I mentioned, maybe it was a couple months ago, Regulation 3 or EJ and permitting requirements lawsuit. The district court ruled in your favor and found that your comprehensive rulemaking process followed all the requirements of the law. The Green Latinos has appealed that to the Court of Appeals. And so the briefing schedule suggests that it will be briefed in the early part of 2026. And so I think we would hope to have a ruling sometime towards the end of 2026. So we'll keep you updated on that process. On the federals, actually, before I move on from rulemakings, anything on buildings? Any on Rec 28 from last month? Okay. And last month, I think on Regulation 28, we let you know that the amended complaint had been filed, alleging that your Regulation 28 buildings was preempted by AQCC, and we, on behalf of the health department, have moved to dismiss, and so have many of the other parties. On the federal side, what's happened in the last month? Sorry, there's a lot going on. Try to pull my notes back to just keep track of what I told you, haven't told you from last September. Colorado did join the comment letters on the repeal of the endangerment finding and California's greenhouse gas standards for mobile sources. There is a comment deadline of November 3rd for EPA's proposed, departure, getting rid of, no longer requiring greenhouse gas reporting program. And we are tracking that as well. EPA also put out a, solicitation of comments on potential changes to the regional haze rule. As you know, where that is Colorado actually led the national effort to submit comments opposing the partial denial of your regional haze plan that has some coal plant closure dates in it. Those closure dates had again been requested by the utilities. So lots going on. And I'm happy again, to look into any issues that you want me to and try to keep track of them for you, but I could stand here for like an hour and tell you about all of the things. I don't want to do that. So just let me know what you want to know that I'm not telling you about.
Anybody want to know something that we're not being told about?
I always have.
I see a minute. Commissioner Reader, go.
So I was just curious on that last point where you're talking about with the comment letters on closure plants. Is there any overlap with that and our regional haze SIP and partial denial or throwing out the provision of our SIP related coal plant closures?
Yes, so EPA proposed to disapprove those portions of your regional haze SIP that included the closure dates for all of the plants that had the closure dates in there. And the health department submitted a comment letter objecting to that partial disapproval. Primarily the issues were whether or not it constituted or could constitute a taking, right? And therefore was improper, and also whether and to what extent this commission needs to consider grid reliability in making its regional haze SIP decisions. And so that comment letter was followed by a bunch of other states that are similarly situated. And I would note, just because I can't help myself, there are other states that have closure dates in their SIPs that have also recently been approved by EPA, but those are not blue states like Colorado.
Oh.
Yes. Yeah.
We can change that.
Comment letter.
The-
Okay.
You referenced that it could constitute a taking. Was that the EPA's finding in the requirement for closing the plants?
So what EPA said is that they weren't sure that Colorado had provided enough necessary assurances that including the closure dates in our SIP wouldn't constitute a taking.
Okay.
And so what our comment letter says is that's because we don't have to do that. That's not a requirement of the law for us to prove that there's no possible requirement anywhere in the entire world that these things could potentially be a violation of. And then your friendly air unit team, I don't know if he's here anymore, but Ben Elrod was sitting in the back of this room for most of the time. He turned in a really well-argued, in my opinion, analysis of why, even if we looked at it, it would not be considered a taking.
Thank you.
Wasn't the closing of these plants put in statute as well, like the Clean Air, Clean Jobs Act?
Not the dates. Those were, I think with respect to the regional case of that issue, for some of the plants with closure dates, those had been proposed by the utilities to the PUC, and all you really did was incorporate those dates. And for some, they had been approved by the utilities boards, and the utilities submitted a letter to you asking you to incorporate those dates.
Okay. Anyone else?
I have one follow-up question. So you mentioned some states, the regional Hays SIP had been approved with closure dates.
Yeah, I believe. Yeah.
Did those approvals happen since January of this year when the administration changed, or was that under the previous administration?
This year, and I think one of them was even after our proposed disapproval.
Interesting. Okay, thank you.
That is, if you track Colorado's comments to EPA throughout the years, right? Irrelevant of the administration, one thing we typically tend to point out is when we are not being treated differently, and that tends to be one of the reasons that we submit these comment letters, right? And tends to be Colorado's practice to say, like, we may not agree with you, may agree with you, but in a minute you have to treat us the way that you treat everybody else.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to the administrator's report. Jeremy.
Right. Thank you, commissioners. It's great to be back with you from my leave. So first item here, I'll go over our draft November meeting agenda. We have a couple of items on there of note. We'll be doing our typical Wednesday evening comment session. And then Thursday morning, we have a couple of items on the consent agenda. One there is the projected cost for the smoke management program that you'll be asked to approve as part of that consent agenda. If you have any questions about that, feel free to ask me if you need some more detail on that. And then we move into a briefing Thursday morning on lawn and garden equipment that you all requested. And then, and then we move into our ozone SIP regulation. It's going to touch 6 different regulations. So it's going to be a pretty large rulemaking. We have 10 parties to that. And so far we have 6.5 hours of requested testimony time. I will work with our hearing officer, Commissioner Reeder, to pare that down, hopefully to a smaller number. We expect rebuttal statements for those to come in on October 28th. So we'll have a better idea of what issues will be in front of you all. And if you have any questions once those rebuttal statements are in, feel free to ask me as well, and we'll can set up meetings ahead of that hearing and get you the information you need. Also wanted to note, we just lost Commissioner Gonzalez, as you all know, going forward. And so we have 2 vacancies right now, and we are actively looking for more commissioners, and hopefully we'll have at least 1 commissioner seated very soon. That's our hope. We have a couple of names identified. Questions?
I have a question about the December hearing. Are you gonna talk about or meeting? Do you have are you gonna talk about December? Or are you gonna wait? till
We can talk about December. We have a draft agenda.
I see it, looking at it. So my question for December is really going to Robin. I'm gonna ask
I'll
you.
start paying attention again.
Yeah. So what, and maybe it's Corey, I don't know, maybe it's two of you. I seem to recall that there was a request made two months ago, last month, whatever it was, from Commissioner
Yeah, what's my name again?
Blankenship, about the hearing that we're reconvening about, and I'm just wondering if that's something that is happening, and if so, when
We just assumed we could ignore what's.
Yeah, he was a wet behind the ears rookie that didn't know what in the world he was doing.
You know what, it was, it's a good request, there's a good reason for you to want what you asked for, and the plan right now is all things staying the same as otherwise, we should have that to you by, either the November meeting or Thanksgiving, sometime around there.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to know when I needed to start reading things again.
Are the commissioners?
Oh, and can I, one more,
Sure.
just, to be clear, and because I, as you might imagine, I'm getting calls from a lot of attorneys who are anxious about the idea of the health department summarizing or framing or characterizing what we have told them. And so what I'm going to tell you is that we are not doing that, right? And so we are pulling together what they have said about their proposals and their positions using their words, right? Excerpting, citing, etc., annotating. We will not be paraphrasing or trying to give. We don't want people to ask us for what we are providing you and we don't want to have to show it to anybody before we give it to you. We don't think that's appropriate. And so to allay concerns that we might be imposing our own subjectivity on their positions, we are not going to be doing that.
Thank you.
So, and another question, last month, this month, and then probably next month, we have heard and probably will hear public comment on the regulation where the record has been closed. What is your advice on how we should handle that?
You're asking me for my legal advice in the middle of the. I think right now the record's closed. So right now, those are not part of the record. That's all I can really say right now. Right now, all things being equal, those will not be part of the record.
And so would it be correct in my saying that at some point you will be giving us, one of you will be giving us direction on how we should consider or not consider those comments?
We can put together a memo for you on legal options if you want us to.
I don't know what the commission wants, or I don't know that we need a memo. I mean, you could just probably.
Yeah, okay, we'll look at that.
Hold on one second.
I want to ask the commissioners quickly, are you all right with receiving that summary after the November hearing? Once we get through that, it seems like there's quite a few documents to go through for that. Robin, anything else you wanted to add?
So with regard to the December rulemaking on the landfill methane rule, I can tell you that the division has been working with parties to try to come to consensus on the still outstanding remaining items in the hopes that we could ask the commission to reopen the record so that we would be able to have a consensus potential proposal for y'all's consideration.
That's all I can say. Don't ask him what's in it.
No, that would be wonderful.
Yeah.
That would be wonderful.
What's in it? No.
What are you talking about?
That business
What are you
anymore.
talking
Yeah.
about?
Thanks, yeah. That sort of adds to things.
Thank you. Thank you.
Not a surprise to you.
Is that all?
That's all.
Cool.
Yeah.
Well, welcome back again, and I know the learning curve is steep,
Yes.
but you'll fall off it, no worries. Okay, anybody else?
I will say, if he hasn't shown you pictures of Ruby, you need to see them. She's a cutie.
It is 1:27 in the afternoon. This meeting is adjourned.
Nice. Very nice.